All right, guys, we're gonna get started here in just a moment. Just bear with. Oh my God, J13 coming in with the screams. All right, Jay, here we go, guys. So this was a request from one of the moderators. We're gonna go ahead and do a little session here of Cry of Fear. Actually, I'll go more into detail about this in a little bit about this game once I get the recording going, guys. Give me 1 second. Uh-oh, Thomas coming in with the fart. Okay. I see you, Thomas. Hold on, I'm so covered up here. What the heck happened to my... Alright, things are looking a lot better here, guys. Alright, first of all, I gotta get this up here to where you guys can actually hear what I'm saying. So, how is everybody today? How's everybody doing? We're gonna get started here in just a moment. I know we kind of did the time. I gotta go get a new light, guys. It's like not working too well for me right now. I might need to fix... I don't know. I have to fix this webcam here real quick. You know what? Screw it. We'll just leave it like that. That's good enough. So one of the main things we need to do here is we're gonna get a horror co-op game. We haven't played a horror co-op in quite a while. You know, it's definitely been a while, guys. Most definitely. Okay, 1 second. Where the heck did I put it? I'm gonna get this recording up here real quick. We're about to get started. Alright, we're looking pretty good. Alright, well, here we have it, guys. So today we're actually gonna kick it off with a game called Cry of Fear. This is a game on Steam, and this was a request, guys, from one of our beautiful moderators here, guys, at the channel. So let's go ahead and get started with this. So how do we do this? Looks like we got many options. For what I can tell, this game was back in 2012. Wow, this is definitely a kickback. This is like a blast to the past, guys. First thing I usually like to do for the most part is I always have to play with the settings here, guys. So looks like we have some keyboard controls. I can't... It won't let me... Oh, okay. We can't actually hold the scroll wheel thingy. Is my cursor like offset or something? Hold on. All right, so we got let's run this in full screen mode here, guys, because I'm having an issue. It almost seems to me like Can't believe they have it on sale on Xbox but not on PC. Yeah, they're not going to. Rockstar's not going to put on sale for PC. They know companies like Red M are hosting their own thing on it. Yeah, they're not gonna. They're not. They know better than that. It's gonna stay full price no matter what. All right, let me see how it looks now. Okay, now it looks better. Yeah, now it feels like it's not like off. Sound effects. I guess we're gonna go ahead and bump that up, right? Why is music louder than sound effects? Does that make any sense to everybody? Okay. Video. We got full screen, widescreen, blah blah blah. Advanced. What do we got here? Screen blur. Bump maps, specular. Oh my god, this is like old fashioned, like my co-op name? Wait, am I supposed to change this? Oh my god, Jim, what are we doing here, bro? Screen grain effect. I'm gonna turn that off. I don't think I want that. Off, can lag. Nah, turn it off. Or no, wait, no, keep it off actually. Yeah, I don't have any saved games. Am I supposed to host the server? Wow, 4 people can play. What? In game, yes, it does make sense because the music is always louder than the sound effects. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't know. I'd rather hear the game. I'd rather hear the game. I don't know. I'm not really too fond of the music being louder. I mean, I guess it makes sense though. How do we do this? Map? We have to choose a map? Oh shoot, there's a lot of maps. I don't know how we do this. We do the first map, right? This would be the first one, campaign 01. Wow, this is like the old-fashioned like the map files. And then we have start. Lobby auto start would be 120, auto respawn, blah blah blah. Server password, we're gonna do TGS. Okay, password is TGS, guys. Co-op server, host name, Tricks Gaming server, right? Tricks Gaming server. Okay, hosting players probably just 2 because it's just me and Jay. We don't need more people than that. Pausable server, yeah, we'll pause it. I guess that's it. Press mouse 1 to become ready. Type vote kick name in chat to vote kick a player. Probably be the only server online, right? All right, Jake. I think my character's in game. I'm moving my mouse so I can hear it. Jay, try to join me, bro. Alright, we're gonna wait for Jay to get in here, guys. Tricks Gaming server, password TGS. What game am I playing? Cry of Fear. Game's called Cry of Fear. This is the weirdest co-op experience I've ever had. Like, I don't... This kind of reminds me like the old-fashioned games, like back in the day. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate it, bro. Yep. Cry of Fear. Thomas is learning. Thomas, I think you got a new sub badge color. Look at you, bro. Okay, going in. Oh my gosh. So anyway, before we get started, guys, give me 1 second to grab something. So one thing I do want to mention, guys, is so I finally went out because I know we were having issues with the internet. So this is like a test stream just to see how well we will do. But anyway, we went out and actually got ourselves a new router, guys, for the stream. So hopefully this runs pretty good. It wasn't too expensive. Believe it or not, it was not that bad. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a try, give it a shot. See, I don't know. We'll see what the Netgear is all about. So if it does good, we'll stick with it. But I've seen mixed reviews on it, so I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical on it. So really, we're just waiting to find out. Yes, it is, Thomas. It is. When is PS5 coming out? Honestly, if you're looking for next-gen consoles, probably late this year. You're probably looking at like late 2020. Right. Jay, did you get in my game yet? You know, I'm gonna get on Discord. Oh shit, where's my mouse? I can't, it won't let me move. Oh shoot, I gotta... Oh dear jeez. December. Yep. They're gonna come out late this year, guys, probably. Yeah, you know, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do about console gaming. I don't know. You're not seeing any servers up? Okay, so I kind of figured this would be a problem. So I try to look at things not too much to spoil the game. And one of the things I've noticed, the first things that popped up with this game was multiplayer, how to play co-op. Guys, hold on. While we do that, hold on. All right, see, Cry of Fear. Co-op. How to play co-op. Yeah, I knew it. Okay, so Jay, we're gonna need Hamachi, bro. Get your Hamachi ready. Dang it, why do we gotta do it this way? So why is it on Steam and we can't use Steam? I don't get it. Wow, this is like... Yeah. I guess you would need this. Yep, that's all you gotta do. Just get the Hamachi ready, good to go, and you're done. Okay, so then we create a network and we join a already created network. Open Hamachi, blah, 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 blah. This is a lot of work, dude. Dude, I just love how quickly my pages are loading right now. Like, I don't think it's like a super like, hey, I see a big difference, but like I think I noticed a slight difference in it. I'm gonna do a quick speed test real quick. Yeah, it's running so much better. My ping is better. I noticed even earlier today when I was on GTA 5, I was on that server, my ping was far greater, like probably like 30 to 40 milliseconds better. And we are sustaining such higher upload speeds too. Which game should I get? What the hell is that? Payday 2 or Mortal Kombat 11? Payday 2 is famous, man. That's a popular game. I don't even think I don't even think I have it. Oh man. You know? I do viewer game requests at times. Typically I do more like supporter game requests such as like Patreons or subscribers and stuff. So usually if you hop on Discord and just give us your suggestions, guys, I'm more than happy to, you know, even at least consider it. You know what I'm saying? Like people ask me all the time during the live stream, play this, play that. Honestly, I'm not gonna remember. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm not gonna remember. I have too much things IRL and too many conversations during the live stream that I'm not gonna remember. And yeah, I can sit here and write down every single body's game request, but most of the time the people just don't come back, and then I'm playing the game, they're not around. I'm like, okay, so I kind of played the game that they requested, never showed up. So usually if they join my Discord, make a suggestion, usually it shows that they're somewhat dedicated and they really want to take part in the community. So if they can put some effort, I'll put some effort. That's the way I look at it. So Jay, I need you to get Hamachi. Okay, let's go ahead and get this Hamachi rolling in, bro. Get that going. I'm gonna get mine launched real quick. Log me in Hamachi. I do have it. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. All right. You got it now? Sweet. Okay, bro, bear with me because I don't know what we're doing here. Okay, so we're launching up, right? What happens now? That's it? Nothing? Oh. Oh. So open Hamachi, click on network, create new network. Click on connect to already created network. What? What the heck? All right, we're gonna call this one Cry of Fear. No, you know what? We're gonna do this one's for Tricks Gaming Lobby. Password TGS. TGS. Let's create. Ooh. Okay. So when you join a lobby, okay, Jay, give me a second, bro. This is not like this. Why do we gotta do it like this? Like, this is kind of weird. It's been taken off the App Store. Why? Why would they do that? Why it got taken out? Thomas, I think we're breaking stuff, bro. Guys, we're gonna have to switch scenes here real quick because we're having some technical difficulties here. We're trying to get the multiplayer to work. All right, Jim, I'm gonna send you the credentials, bro.
You're fired!
Okay, and I think that's all you gotta do, Jim. All right. Open Cry Fear, connect or create your own server, blah, 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 blah. Choose a map and tab server, click tab name, choose your own host name, server players, depending on quantity of players. Password, don't touch this. Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, then we're gonna wanna go to... Let's remove this. Okay, I guess we'll try that right now. See what happens. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so choose your own host name, server. You're in the lobby? Dude, my game just froze. My game is frozen. Bear with me. It froze. Okay, I'm at the... Oh, what the heck? It's taking up my whole screen. No! Oh, F4? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Oh, Hamachi. Okay, cool. All right, Jay. Now that you're in there, I'm going to try to join my game again. I'm going to do it again one more time. I think we should be all right. All right, we're loading back in now, guys. I really do apologize about the wait here, guys. All right, so we're going to go ahead and click host a server. We're going to choose the first map. Wow. Console gamers are probably like, see, this is why I don't play PC games, dude. It's so complex, you know. You gotta like open up a server developer console menu, and you gotta like have like some kind of like program to like establish a connection with one another, and you know, and the game crashes, and you know, on my console, I just press a button, open my controller, and start pressing buttons, man. You actually got to use your brain, right? It's all good. Okay, so I got the server ready, got this ready. I'm not even going to click this because pausable server, I don't think that would be a big issue, but yeah, I want it to pause. All right, Jay. See what happens now. Go ahead, bro. Why is my name unknown? Do I have to do this every single time? Oh, man. I think my game crashed again. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Dude, why am I having so much issues? Debug assertion failed. Block type? You know what? Just close it. Moments like this is usually when I'm need to restart my computer, but hey, it's all good, right? It's all good. Yeah, I know, Jay. Don't worry about the server quite yet. Me, having issues, bro. I might have to have you host it. I think it's the same thing since we're in the same lobby. I don't think it matters. All right, so you should see my server in a little bit, but I'm having issues with the game. I don't know why it's. Wait, what are you guys seeing right now? What's? Oh, that's the monitor. Oh. All right, I'll fix that in a second, guys. Bear with me. All right, host server. Map 1. Start. All right, here I go. All right, Jay, you try to join my game. I'm gonna get this fixed up here real quick. Guess I could kind of like. Oh, wait. I think maybe should I play this? I think I'm gonna play this standing up, guys. Give me a second here. I'm gonna rise up for a second. Bear with me here. Okay. All right. Now we can stand up. Okay. I'm gonna this out the way. We don't need this. Okay. Let's get this up here. Get this all ready. All right. So Jim, I don't see you joining yet, so I don't know what's going on here. Hopefully we can definitely figure it out though. You know, it'd be really nice. All right. I think Jim's saying he's having issues. Jim, do you see it yet or no? Cry of fear. Are we supposed to cry of fear? And why did my refresh rate go down? What the hell? Or maybe it's just for this menu. Not seeing the server? Stay there, Jim. Stay there, bro. Oh, why did I cancel out? Alright, let me look at this here really quick, guys. Bear with me here. Alright, let me go back to that page I had. I had it. Alright, Jim. We're in the same network, right? Those are all done. Okay, choose a map, blah, blah, blah. Choose your own host name. Server players, depending on the quantity of players. Password, do not touch his lobby. Auto start time, blah, 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 blah. players. It is possible by means of. Fortunately, it's not always work because the character can get stuck. Pausable server. Optionally, if you put a DAW, one player presses pause, then it will freeze. But don't put a DAW. All right, how to connect to a friend. Here you go, Jay. All right, right click on your Jay, I need you to click on me on Hamachi. Jay, I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you this, bro. This will help you out, dude. All right, just do that real quick. That's the guide I'm looking at here. So you need to click my Hamachi name. You need to copy my IPv4 address. Okay. Open your game. Open console. Oh, okay. Hold on. So that would be. You'll have this. So you'll have the console thingy popping up. Open your game. Open console. So you would need to write connect double colon. No, not semicolon. I got tricks. What the hell's wrong with you? Double colon. And then whatever my IP4 address is. Yeah, that's all you gotta do, bro. So you literally go on Hamachi, right click, copy my IP4. In your in this console menu right here, you would just type in connect double colon and then my IPv4 address from Hamachi, and you should be able to get in my game, bro. And you should be good, bro. Pretty easy. Not too difficult. Definitely old-fashioned, though. Definitely old-fashioned. Manhunt? I was playing Manhunt not too long ago. What's up, buddy? What? In the car. You're still not seeing the server, Jay? Alright, Jay, if you want, bro, go ahead and meet me on Discord, bro. I'm gonna be on VIP. Alright, so I'm just waiting on Jay, guys. Hopefully we can get J13 in here. I'm gonna keep this connected for now. I don't want to really take it off quite yet, you know. I do see Jay here with me though. Why does he have a question mark on him? Tunnel problem. There is a problem with a peer connection. VPN status error. Details of the VPN configuration errors are available on the settings page. Jay, I think it's something on your end, bro. Aw, man. But you're green. Maybe we're fine. I think we're fine. I don't think we have to worry about that. Where did Jay go? I don't know where Jay went. Jay, are you still here with me, man? Jay! Alright, let me call this guy. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and help Jay out here real quick. Ah, there he is. Oh, shoot. There he is. Okay, so I read it. Not too difficult. I did see an exclamation mark on your name on Hamachi. Got a little caution sign there. I don't know if that's anything to do with it, but it shows you're green, so I'm thinking we're good. So on the game, are you in the game right now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, did you type in the, I don't know, the command, or the little squiggly next to the one key on your numbers on your... Okay.
I figured it out, and it keeps retrying, and then it does like 3 times, and then it says failed to connect.
Okay, so let me do this. Okay, but you got my IP4 address, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm
Failed
gonna-
to contact
I'm gonna do this
server
again.
process.
All right. I'm gonna choose map 1. I'm actually just gonna type in. I'm just gonna put Tricks Gaming. I'm not gonna do anything crazy. I'm gonna keep max players at 4. I just maybe I should have messed with the settings too much. What did the thing said for auto start time and respawn time? And did I have to click LAN server or no? I don't think I did. Dang it! I'm gonna click it again to make sure.
Open Hamachi, create your network. So don't.
It tells
put a
me not to
password,
do
looks
it.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah, no password. That could be why it wasn't letting me join.
No, I took the password out. I took it
Oh, you
out.
took the password out.
Yeah.
Wow, just to play a game.
Yeah, I know. It's just okay. Try now. All right. Go ahead and type connect. ;. I don't know if you're supposed to space the IP4 address or not.
Yeah, you gotta space it.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'll work.
Okay.
I tried without space and with the space, and yeah, it didn't work. With the space, it worked, but without a space, it doesn't work, and it's still not letting me connect.
Huh.
It's saying failed to contact game server.
Interesting. Okay, open control panel, select system and security. Like, seriously, man? Like, are we seriously? I have to go through all this? Like, let me look here real quick. System security. This was not in the description of the game.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It said play single player campaign or co-op. I didn't even know it was 4 players. I thought it was just 2 players, but
Even when I try pinging your server, it requests timed out.
yeah, I think because it's using the Steam interface, but I don't think it's really running off Steam. So that's why we're doing the developer console, kind of like doing like a force connect. I know a lot of older games I used to have to do this.
Yeah, this is on Hamachi, and I'm trying it, and I can't even get a ping to you.
I mean, I did get a new router today, so hopefully I don't have to configure port forwardings today because I haven't done that yet. I will
Let's see
cry.
See if the diagnostic will help.
All right, let me do this real quick. Let me, because this Hamachi looks like we're having an issue. You have a do I have a thing next to my name on Hamachi or no on your end?
No, yours is green.
Okay, but there's no other symbol next to my name because yours is green, but then to the right I see like a caution sign. It tells me tunnel problem. There is a problem with the peer connection. And when I click it, tells me the
I just did the diagnostics, and it says inbound traffic block. Check firewall setting.
oh yeah, maybe I need to unblock it. All right, you know what? Let me.
And it won't even let me complete the test because it's.
Right. All right. Let me do this. Let me close Hamachi. Let me. I'm gonna force close it. Give me a second. This is a lot of work, man. What are you doing to me, Jay? Oh, we should have had a. We should have did this before I went live.
I didn't know it was going to be this bad. I thought it.
Oh
this
my
game was
God.
Still.
Yeah. Well, I thought Steam, and I'm thinking, oh, we're good. Yeah. See, I'm still seeing you. Okay, you know what? Let me look this up, man. I feel like such a noob, but I don't use Hamachi that much, so I don't know.
I tried playing a game one time with Aridar. It was an older school game. We had to have Hamachi. Oh man, it wouldn't even let me connect.
All right, so Hamachi network adapter error. The problem can occur if the necessary virtual network driver isn't installed. Hamachi. Oh, maybe I don't have it installed. Oh shoot! How do I? Oh, I don't think I do.
You don't have Hamachi installed.
You know why? I think because when I backed up all my files, Hamachi's there, but I don't have the actual. I'm done.
Wow.
You know, let me go to hamachi.com, whatever. Let me just download a fresh copy because honestly, I don't know. I hope this doesn't mess me up while I'm live.
Oh,
Reinstall current version. That's what I'm gonna do. No, I don't want to install LastPass. Like, what the hell?
yeah.
At least it ain't auto-ticked. I give it credit for that. Yeah, I think that's my problem. Tells me it already exists. Oh, I think I might know. Hold on. MS config. Maybe I turned off the... Wait, what the heck? Man, I've been having hiccups all day. Services. Everything's checked. But I don't see Hamachi in my yeah, it's here. Let me untick it, apply, then tick it again and apply. Maybe that will... No, I don't want to restart. Okay, all right, here we go. We're gonna do this again. All right, let me go back into my downloads. And of course, I'm not that person who just has downloads goes to their document folder. Like mine has to be so freaking complicated. All right, let's see. One of those people where everything's like in folders and like in some weird offset path.
Yeah, mine goes directly to downloads and I put it where I want it.
Why is his desk almost as tall?
Because I raised it up.
I don't. Yeah, I can't even pick myself.
like-
What the heck? What's wrong with this thing?
2 inches higher than it.
I can't even peek
Hello,
my own network. What the
everybody.
heck?
You can't even see me in the camera.
Nah, the camera's like cut off. You know what? I'm just gonna fully uninstall Hamachi. I don't think it's installed right.
I can't even ping Hamachi myself.
Or
On my own
actually wait,
network.
there's a repair option. Yeah, so we'll do that real quick.
Hello.
Oh no. It's a noisy one.
Better run before they call you lumberjack again.
What? Oh, you can't stop me
Now,
now.
today he was bad in school, man. How about you tell everybody how bad you were? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was bad, and you can't call. Oh my God, someone already called me lumberjack before I get the fuck out.
Oh, I got a new network installed. So yeah, it seems like I didn't have the proper drivers. I think I might be good. I just clicked repair. Yep. My caution symbol's gone.
You said
Yay! Try now, bro. Oh wait, what the? Did you join?
I did. You said Ron before
did
someone calls you lumberjack.
I don't know.
Oh hell no, I'm in the game. I don't want to be here by myself. No.
Me?
They put you in a game?
Yeah.
Why?
That's okay. Yeah, bro. All right. So next to your name, you don't have a caution mark for me anymore.
Why don't want to?
I think we're good.
Why don't you want to be here by yourself? Is it too scary for the tricks?
Yep. Too scary for the tricks.
What kind?
Are you calling me a tricks?
What kind of game has ever been scary enough for you?
I know. I love scary games.
Yeah, that's a problem with you. And I try watching you every day, and I get scared out of my pants.
Well, I love them, and then I regret it later at night when I sleep, because then I would have the weirdest freaking dreams.
And
Oh
this
yeah, those are fun.
is the time where I'm gonna leave.
Like, there's some dreams I've had. I woke up like, wow, why would I dream that?
That's why I don't play too many horror games. I start to play a game and I play it for a little bit and I'm done.
Okay, I think we're good. All right, Jay, we're gonna do this again, bro. I think we're in good hands. I think we got this.
Hey, mommy.
I want to raise my desk higher, man, but I don't want the look. I don't want the wires. I gotta give me some cable management or things. Don't touch that.
Okay, so you reload the
Raise it.
game, so that's why I can't
Dude,
connect.
seriously, stop. Stop.
My controller adapter thingy. That's enough. Don't touch it. Don't stop. I don't want you touching that.
That's four.
A lot of money. I will cry. All right, let me try this again. I'm going. Oh, I hate that. Okay, so first thing I do, Jay, go to options.
Daddy, look at me.
Go to advanced. Change your co-op name.
Daddy, look at me.
Yep, changed it.
Dad, look at me.
Got my name changed.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go to host server.
Daddy, look.
Yes. What? All right, you should be able to now.
Oh, hi.
All right, Jim. Let's cross our fingers, bro.
There we go, it worked. Wow. So
Yay.
serious.
Wait, I hear you. Wait. Oh, gosh. Wait, how do we ready? Oh, press the mouse 1. What the hell is my... Oh.
There we go, it worked.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
So it was on your end. Wow.
Wow.
You're over here blaming me for.
But you know what, though? Hey,
We read
I caught it, though, right?
Simon's book.
Yep.
Of course, this wasn't in that guide. I had to figure this out by myself.
Trying to live and feel.
Oh, there's
the way he
commentary?
felt. Maybe it could give us an insight on the case surrounding him. However, not only did it horrify us, we got stuck in his world, trapped by his words and anxieties. The only way to stop this, we thought, would be to save him. Save him from what caused him to fall into the dark mind of insanity in the first place. We wanted to see what would happen if we tried to save him, and that's what we had to do. We had to find him and rescue him. This was a part of our investigation, our view of Simon's book.
Oh, cool. Wow, this game runs so smooth. Wow, that gun is loud. Oh, what am I stuck at?
Help over here! Help! Help over here! Help over here! Help me! Help me! Help! Help! Help
Can we
me!
figure out what that keys does?
Help! Help! This way. Let's go.
Testing. Does this work?
Let's go.
Oh no, what the? No, what the heck? No, I'm stuck. Got stuck.
Oh, my bad, Jim. My bad. My mic was muted. Yeah, I paused it. My bad. Hold on.
Oh.
So alt or dodge is going to be alt.
Oh, that's a weird button.
Bro, screw this. I'm changing some of this, bro. Hold on. WASD. Sprint is cool. Dodge. Alt. Such. I don't like reaching my thumb like that, man.
Yeah, that's. I guess I'm not
Dodge.
gonna be dodging.
Control is love control, which I guess most games are that, so that's cool. But dodge. I mean, I don't. Well, you know what? Hold on. Before I go crazy doing anything, let's see what the dodge even looks like. What's up, Jim? Can't keep up, bro? I'm moving too quick.
My dodge ain't working. What the? Oh, okay, there it goes. So you have to actually push forward to dodge.
Yep. Yeah. So it only like pretty much dodges you towards whatever direction. So we can set that to like. Oh, I'm gonna pause it again. I'm sorry, dude. This is. Okay, hold on. And then, okay, so for other buttons, it looks like interact is going to be the E key. We have mouse 1, 2, and 3. Wait, what? Okay, Z is the toggle weapon function. R is to reload. Tab is inventory. Our objective is B. Why B?
Oh, okay.
We got a flashlight. We press F. And then we got
Melee is right click.
oh, there's voice chat? Oh my god, it works? So
Yeah.
X, C, and V is all like follow me type stuff, which no. Back then I think text to chat was like a very popular thing.
Yeah.
I actually have to play the whole Manhunt series actually, which I will be doing very soon. All right, I'm just glad we got the game working, dude.
Yeah, it took an hour.
Yeah, literally. I'm looking at it now, 53 minutes. Okay, so I mean, basically, we just got to run around, shoot, and just stay alive. I'm guessing that's what's going on here. I'll adjust. It's cool. I don't feel like sitting here just like looking at the options. I think we're gonna be fine. The dodging seems kind of. I mean, I have mouse buttons that I can assign things to, which I think I'm gonna do real quick. So hold on, bear with me. All right. So for dodge, I'm gonna set it to. Dodge is going to be this button. And then, what was the melee?
Melee is right click.
I guess I'll keep it that way. It's just such a weird button. Okay. Yeah. Oh, what the? Okay. All right. Yep. My dodge is my mouse button now, so that way I can keep playing without. Yeah, we good. All right, Jay, you ready for this, bro?
No.
Not me neither. All right, let's make sure we're fully prepared. Mic, check. Butt cheeks with pillows, check. Scared out of our pants, soon to be checked. All right, are you ready?
Yep.
Bro, this game is old. You could tell.
Let's see. I'm gonna test this out.
What audio cut out? What the? Oh, this is what you mean by it froze. Yeah, play with your settings, bro. Whatever you got. Oh, bro, I played with my NVIDIA control panel. Said I think the game looks a little better than what it's supposed to. But why am I why am I only getting 60 frames?
I'm getting 37.
Oh, so maybe the game is locked then. That's what it is. I think we're locked at a frame rate. Okay. Then again, I don't think high frame rate was a thing back then, was it? I don't
I
remember.
don't think so. Not in 2012.
Yeah, I don't think high frame rate really started to becoming a thing until like what, like after 2016, 2015?
Especially when the game launched at 800 by 600. So yeah, they didn't have. I don't think they had high frame rate back then.
Yeah, that's true. Because I think flat screens were. No, flat screens were a thing, but we're talking like early 2000s, I think.
Yeah, that was like early alpha for flat screens back then.
Jeez, that's a solid window. Holy mackerel. Oh, look at the tires. Yeah, I'm not liking his aim. You know what? Yeah, this bro, I can't do this. Hold on. Time out. Options. Okay. This mouse 2 is secondary attack, which is obviously aim. Secondary attack will become this button now. Okay. Mouse 3 will now be this button. Oh, yes. Oh, I got it fixed. Oh, thank goodness. Yep, now I can...
The white melee is the right click.
Yeah, it's stupid, bro. Do you have buttons on your mouse? I don't know what kind of mouse you have.
I have 2 on the side, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. The 2 on my side, I have it for melee and dodge. That's what I did. I mean, everybody's different. I mean, I don't know what you like, but usually I do melees on my mouse. That way it's within my reach of like shooting. And then I right click to aim. I mean, let's be honest here, bro. Every game we play, it's right click.
Yeah, it is. It's not.
I don't like that it's toggled, but I'm guessing like back then, even Counter-Strike, I think too. Like this was out when Counter-Strike was around. So back then, when you aim, it just stayed aim because that was just a PC thing, I guess. Yeah, your ping is 82, bro. Not bad.
Why?
For being like on a Hamachi, bro, ping is pretty good.
Why am I not finding that?
Most of the
Where's
time.
keyboard stuff at?
Oh, it should be at the first screen. You go to option versus
Okay,
keyboard, first tab. Scroll down. Should be under console weapons.
Secondary attack is.
Yeah, secondary is right now. That's your melee, so you can switch that to whatever mouse button you have.
There we go. Okay. So.
And then
Mouse.
the third attack is your aim.
There we go. Oh yeah, that's much better.
Oh hell yeah! All right, look at that. You got 80. Ooh, the toggle. Wait, maybe there is an option for it. Hold on. Sometimes if you go to mouse, use no. Why is my sensitivity so high? Nah, there is nothing with that, bro.
Man.
Nah, it's all good. I ain't worried about it. I'm happy. At least we can aim.
At least you can change the brightness too.
You know what I realized? This house has an interior. Did we go in this house?
I think so.
Oh wow, it's fully lit up. How do we get in there? Holy shoot, JJ! Hold on. Oh my god, we do have a search one, but we can't just shoot the place.
Don't we just can't go in there.
Wait, F? Oh no, F. Oh, flashlight. Yay! Oh my god, we're such noobs. Wow, look at this terrain, bro. For being like an old game. Wow. Impressed.
Okay, what the heck are we supposed to do?
Oh wait, I press E. Simon's not home. Okay, I guess we're not going in there. Okay. Now these houses, you can tell, don't have interiors.
Door won't budge. Oh, we're ready to pull.
There's a lot of rain and lighting in this game. This door won't budge. Well, at least it indicates all the doors. Ooh, what's on the ground? Picked up as a syringe? The hell do I do with that? Inventory tab. Morphine syringe. A syringe containing 1 dose of morphine restores health, but too much can be dangerous. Wow. And our objective is to find Simon and rescue him. That's all we gotta do. Alright. Find Simon and rescue him. Check the grounds, bro. Don't forget to check the grounds, man. I hate that we can't jump on the cars.
Yeah, I know the jumping is kind of weak.
The interior is destroyed. It's not going to work. Wait, what? Oh, I like how. Oh, bro, there's something over here on the ground.
Oh, I'm stuck on everything. A P345 magazine with 8 rounds.
Wow, look at that.
What gun do we have now? A P345, okay. Here's another clip over here.
All right, I'll go ahead and take that one. Actually, I got a clip over here by me. Yeah, you can grab that one if you want, because I had 2 over here by me. The hell was that? Are you opening something?
Trying to.
Dude, that was loud.
It was.
Holy mackerel. It sounded like you were like, I don't know. Okay, how did your flashlight go way over there? Man, your flashlight goes far.
Yeah, that thing's bright.
Thomas is laughing at us right now. Dude, what is with this like big town? Like, why are we? What are we patrolling the city on foot? We had cars. We had 2 cars to be in fact.
There's another clip there too.
Oh, thanks. Can't carry anymore.
Figure? Wow. What the?
Wow. Did you grab it?
Yep.
What the heck did I get? Oh, you shot your bullets a couple times.
Yeah, I was testing out the gun.
I just thought about that. Oh, so we both have 100 health, which is good.
Nothing. What the heck are we supposed to
It's not like Silent Hill door. Oh, this is like a very awkward door.
Yeah, like a random door just in the middle.
Like, this is like some underground facility, umbrella corporation type things. Like, hey, this is what? Are you trying to leave Raccoon City? Oh, go ahead, Jay. I got your back, bro. Oh, okay. Takes us both in.
Raccoon City?
Is that what it's called?
Uh-oh. Wow.
Did you crash?
I got disconnected from the server. Reliable channel overflow.
Oh, try to join again. I think I did. I think there was something in a guide saying you have to reconnect sometimes. Like, oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yep.
There you go.
Issues with crashing.
I'm just surprised it's such a low pitch. Oh, what the budget popsicles is? Dude, was that Freddy Krueger? Oh, hell no. Bro, there's blood in this game? Wow.
Shot him right in the eyeball.
Bro.
Okay, so now we invited the scary stuff.
Yeah, that was freaking weird, man. He came out of nowhere, bro. Like, wait, bro, he just disappeared. There's a morphine over here. If you need some morphine, you want some? You need some morphine, man.
Oh no!
Jay, get him! Good shot, bro. Good shot. Oh, what the? I hear another one. Oh, bro, if you want to dodge, you just gotta double tap.
Do not aim down sight. The gun doesn't work too good.
No, we got crosshair anyway. I'm just gonna. Dude, how many are there?
There's a bunch over there.
There's a shotgun over here if you want it. I grabbed the semi-auto automatic rifle or whatever. I'll let you grab this one. That way, I don't want to hog the weapons. Did you get it?
Yep.
Yeah, bro, try this. Look, you can hit double space, just double tap WASD, one of them, and it'll auto jump, Ted.
Cool.
We're over here stressing out about it.
Yeah. Like, what do we have to push Alt for? So I guess none of these buildings we can actually go into.
What does it say? What the hell was that? Oh. Last Platts? Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
Some ammo here.
Holy shoot, Jay, you scared me. He popped up like a puppet. Oh, what's with... Oh, this is a quarantine area. That's what's going on? What is this? Okay, I'll take it.
How do I switch weapons?
You're supposed to do... Oh, I get it, bro. Hit tab. You see the quick select?
Oh, I see it. Okay, yep.
How the hell do you... Oh, what the... Okay, we almost died. Hold on, bro. Let me, I'm gonna set this up. How do I... Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, we have batons.
Oh, you can dual wield too? Cool.
Really?
I don't think you can dual wield a shotgun with a
Ah.
pistol, though. Wouldn't work too good.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Bro, behind you, behind you, behind you! Oh, God! Holy shit, is that Michael Myers? Holy shoot, Chainsaw Man!
Oh, wow. He blowed me down. Don't let him hit you, he'll kill you instantly.
I got him. How do I revive you?
I have no clue.
You're down, bro. I can't get you up. Bro, am I out of bullets? Jim?
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
How do I get you up? Hold on, maybe I give you some morphine?
Oh, there you go. Oh, I'm respawned.
Oh, okay, so... Gotcha. Are you feeling okay? So did you lose your weapons, though?
Let's see. Yep, I lost my shotgun.
Aw, I could have at least dropped where you were. Alright, bro, you probably got more ammo than I do right now.
Let's see. Nope, I lost all my ammo too. I have just somewhat.
Hey, you lost all your ammo too?
I have 2 clips.
Oh my gosh, not good, man, not good, bro. Alright, let's get going, Jay. Woo! That chainsaw, man. Bro, why did they move so fast?
I don't know, but he hit me with 1 shot. Instant killed me.
I hear something. What the hell? Where is it? What the, bro? Oh my god, bro. Something.
What the heck? Something's hitting you.
I hear it. Oh, don't tell me it's like an invisible monster or something. Alright, Jay, you go first, bro. You got this. Come on, I got your back. Oh, what the? Sound like he's in the bushes. I don't see him. Bro, what the hell is that?
Ow, ow, that hurts.
Bro, these things take a lot of hits. Got him. Yeah, that's... Oh, bro, there's another one.
Ow.
Oh, wait, he's actually moving. what the hell? Bro, there's two of them. Oh man, they take a lot of bullets too, bro. Oh, good. You got one? There's one over here to the right. Good job, bro. Good job. You're holding it down, Jay. You're doing a great job, man.
I'm glad to find some ammo because I'm completely out.
Oh, hell no, Jay. That's all you, bro. She wants you. Or no, that's a negative. She wants me. What the hell did I do? What did I do to you? No. Oh. Bro, she's crazy. I told her I did not want her number.
Did she want me to take that for no?
Bro, look at her legs and arms. Like,
What the? Oh man. She would have hit you, she would have killed you. And I bet I ammo again.
she was really into me, wasn't she?
She was.
She was trying to get all into me. She would have drilled herself in. I would have been screwed. Bro, I don't know. I think my mouse sensitivity is too high, or I don't know. I think it's too high. Hey, where you at? What the hell?
I found the syringe.
Oh, you did? Yeah. What the hell are we supposed to do if we run out of, like, hold on. I have a melee equipped. How's the baton?
Find out very good.
I'm scared to find out. Oh man, we're in big trouble, bro.
Oh, this scheme's interesting so far.
Yeah, it's weird. Alright, so we have a house to the right where the crazy lady came out of. You grab the ammo right here?
Yeah, because I was completely out.
Okay.
Does it tell us we gotta go in here? Nope, can't break the box open.
Man, I just had me some lasagna just now.
Sounds good.
Well, about an hour ago before I went live. Okay, we got a couch in here. This house is actually in pretty good. Bro, I think something's in here.
I'm gonna just stay right here. You can go look.
Oh man, I hate that we can't jump on objects.
I know, I hate
Yep,
that.
nope.
One hitter quitter.
Wow, Jim. What the hell is that?
I have no clue.
I don't think that's gonna be the only one, Jim. Can you grab like a machete or a butcher knife?
Chainsaw,
There's another morphine syringe if you need it. You're on the table.
I think I'm good. How's your health? Oh yeah, I got.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
There's some ammo here.
Please wait till everyone's ready. Oh, okay. Ammo? Oh, thanks. Take that.
Oh, this is so dark. This room is dark.
Oh, yeah. When it's dark, you literally only see whatever your flashlight shows. Are you ready?
Yep.
You might crash again.
Yep. Nope. Maybe. Nope. See. Yep. They kicked me in. Wow, this is cool. We usually know how to do it though. Oh.
It's all you, Jay. He's waiting for you, bro. He's got a hammer in his head. I think he knows Freddy Krueger. How's the baton?
Suck.
Was it good?
Not really. 3 hits to kill one guy. Oh, so you can get those guys.
Don't worry, I got a good shot.
A pistol, I'm gonna take that. Because, yeah, I need ammo.
Right, right.
Oh, it's a Glock 19. Better weapon.
Those are like alien babies, but they got like such weird foreheads, bro. And they keep disappearing.
Yeah, they're weird. Yeah, I don't like that we can't jump over objects. I do that.
Yeah. Well, we gotta understand too. It's an older game. You said it's a Glock.
Another Glock dice. So we have 2 Glocks now. Oh, we got no those.
Oh shoot! Yo, the one on top is flying.
Hey, we can't kill that dude.
Holy crap, bro! Look at this guy.
I found a gun too, but I heard that noise and I ran away.
I can't. Oh, he spits blood at us or something. He's down. He's down. I don't know. He's on a mattress. He's really hooked to it. Kind of gives me like that Silent Hill vibe to it. Wait, what? Oh, what the heck?
There's a shotgun over here.
He's got scissors in his hands. Oh,
What the?
Jim, what are you doing? Oh, another one in the air.
You can fly?
Yeah, they can fly.
What kind of game are you
That
playing?
shotgun to see if it helps me.
One down, bro, but there's another one on top of the house too.
What kind?
Bro, I don't think we have the ammo for this, bro.
Yeah, we don't.
What kind of game are you playing?
Hey, this is Jim's idea.
Where there's flipping people flying on beds with scissors.
Well, they're like me. When you're so lazy and you don't want to get out of bed, you just bring the bed with you.
Where is he at? Where is this thing at?
Oh, it's behind you. He's up in the air. He's behind the houses. What the hell? There's like an invisible item here. Oh, here's shotgun bullets, but we lost the shotgun.
I got a shotgun.
How did you
Oh, you got it? Right here on the ground, bro. By me.
Help!
Okay, there you go.
Oh, I got like 3 bullets in my my handgun left, so I might as well just get the melee ready. I got nothing in my semi-auto. Handgun bullets go quick in this game, dude. Oh, bro. Oh, you shoot. Good job, bro.
I need to use my.
Yeah, there's a syringe in the ground or whatever.
Yeah, I got one. I'm falling down. You can get it.
I can't grab it.
Cool. So we can fill up on items pretty quickly too. It's like
Yeah.
this with this. No, we can't. I keep pushing escape all the time.
That's what I was gonna say. It was weird.
Instead of push attack, but usually when you just push.
Oh, what the, Jim?
Um,
What the hell is that?
I have.
That thing is huge, bro.
I don't think we have enough bullets for that thing.
I don't think so either. I'm gonna. What's wrong with his face? Bro, there's no way we can do this. He looks like he's gonna hurt if he hits me. I'll go to the other side of him. Of course, he wants me. He doesn't care about Jim. Seriously?
I'm smacking his booty. Just kill him. Just keep him distracted. I'll keep, if I can actually hit him.
The thing's face, bro, looks... Oh, you got him? Bro, why'd he die like that? It kind of got me like that Marilyn Manson vibe, you know, the cut your bottom ribs type of thing.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, what kind of do with the ammo? This sucks.
Yeah, the ammo is very scarce. We're gonna have to be careful, bro.
I got 3 bullets left in my Glock. That's it.
Alright, so we just had like a miniature guy. There's nothing here.
Found some ammo finally. Ooh, 15 bullets.
Holy shoot! Dude, these guys are hyperventilated or something. Oh, we got a manhole to go down, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he just like flew at me.
I like how these are Audis, but what they do is they cut the rings in half on the outside. Copyright.
Yep.
Alright, bro, we're going down. You ready? Oh, this is in real time. Oh, I thought we were gonna like load or something.
I'm glad we didn't load because I would have crashed again.
It's all you, bro. The hell is this? Holy shoot, Jay.
Oh, there's all my ammo.
Did you freak out, bro? Because since I heard the scream, you went trigger happy.
I saw her like, oh shoot, I'm out. I gotta kill her somehow.
Oh, man.
That scream got me, I think.
Let me go grab me a drink real quick. Hold on. I'm still here, but... Yeah, bro. So today I went to the store, right? And before I bought the router, you know how like a lot of places do like the price checking or whatever, or a price match. So I got happy because I saw a thing for Walmart, you know, and I'm like, hey, Walmart's got this like $40 cheaper, you know? And then I came to find out that it is on Walmart, but it's through a third party. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like how Amazon does it.
Oh yeah.
So they don't price match with that. I'm like, oh, that sucked. You know, $40. I'd love to save that.
Oh yeah, I hate how even Walmart sometimes they say they price match. We went there one time. We don't do that no more. I just saw the advertisement on TV like 2 days before we went up there. Oh, we don't do that no more.
Right.
Okay, yeah, then you're false advertising because I just saw it on TV.
Yeah.
This way. Help! I found something. There's something
Help
here.
over here.
Get over here.
Help me!
I found something. Help me. Help over here. Follow me.
Why does our guy sound so... Oh, dear gosh. Oh, we're loading. Oh, I got bullets. Every time we load, we get... You didn't crash?
I didn't crash. What?
Oh, my God!
Woohoo!
Ooh.
Oh, we got another manhole to go down.
Gee, what the hell you got me playing, bro? All right, here we go.
And why did my shotgun come out first?
Wait, did I get bullets for this gun too? Oh wait, what happened to my quick slots?
Yeah, they got screwed up on mine too.
Oh, yeah. It's weird.
Okay, there we go. That's good. Yeah, I have no ammo and nothing. Cool. I guess it's melee for me.
Oh, melee it is. Bro, what the?
That music does not sound good.
The shotgun bullets for you, though.
Ooh, shotgun bullets, nice.
Yeah, we're gonna need those.
Reload an MP real quick. Before we get it.
Get them, Jay. You got this, bro. Hold on, wait. Might be able to save bullets. Let's pull them in. They can't go past this box, I don't think. Let him come in. Let him come in. Oh, what the?
He can still hit you though.
Bro, his tongue game is strong.
Wow. Okay, yeah, this is not working.
Wow, bro.
There's two ways.
You want to split up?
We could.
Jim's like, hell no. It's up to you. Oh gosh.
It's a dead end.
Your way's a dead end?
Yeah, it's gotta get over here though. Got a machine gun. Can I actually pick this up though? This is a donator only weapon.
Are you serious?
Wow, so it's a machine gun but I can't even use it. Wow.
Why, shady. Hold on, bro. Give me like 1 second. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Be right back. Hold on. Sorry about that. Are you still alive out there, bro? Still alive out there?
Yep.
Okay. My bad. I had to check on little one real quick. Okay. Thomas is so silly. Okay. Why does the audio keep doing that? Like, so how do you like Thomas's new sub badge color?
Pretty cool. What is it, like bronze or something?
I think it's gold. You're like, I forgot what color that is, you know, because like you guys, most of you guys are like, you moved on to like the epic, like, there you are. All right, what are we doing here, Jay? What's the plan, man? Why does it keep saying I got the Glock 19? Like, it keeps repeating it. Okay, so far we're cleared.
I hear that.
Right. Oh man. Damn, Jim, your breathing scared the freaking jibbities out of me. Oh, what the hell? What are we doing here? We gotta go up? Oh my god, look at this old school obstacle course. Oh, we get to finally jump in this game. All right, here we go. We're jumping up. We're jumping up.
We can actually jump on items now. Wow.
Yeah, we're making it.
Yeah, how the heck do we get up there? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I think get up here. Uh-oh. Let's stay right here.
Give me 1 second, bro. Hold on. Okay.
I'm not liking this music too much in the game, though.
Yeah, it's kind of loud, right? How the hell do I get up here? Seriously?
Fat homie.
Oh, I get it. Oh.
Help over here! Help me over here!
Holy shoot! The hell was that? What you dropped there, Jay?
There's nothing here. I was looking to see if there's something too, but there wasn't. Oh, hello.
Jim, what did you do? All right, you get behind me and you start shooting. You ready? I'm gonna crouch. I'm gonna back it up. I'm gonna hit. We got him. We got him. Why is his pants ripped like that? Bro, that's just freaking weird, man.
Wow, yeah, they are all ripped up.
In that particular area, too. Like, I'm not liking that.
It's a little awkward.
It sure is. Yep, another one. Back it up, back it up. I'm gonna hit and back it up. There we go, bro. Mix it up, yep. We gotta save ammo. We're gonna have to work together and get some like melee shots going on. Okay, looks like we're exiting the sewers. Is that what we're doing here? I know there's gonna be one around the corner somewhere. Like all these corners, I know they're gonna pop out, but they never popped out yet. Holy, what the? Oh, hecky no! Bro, he was just like sitting there in position, just waiting at the end of the tunnel.
He was on a pounce on you.
Ooh.
I have 2 bullets left.
You got 2 bullets? Let me see how many I have. Block 19.
He just jumped.
It did?
Yeah, it went to like 100.
Oh yeah, 99, 100. Well, you know what? When it fluctuates, yeah, I see it 104. You gotta understand too. We're playing on a VPN, bro. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Most of the time when you play on a VPN, you're usually at like 150 plus, because like it's a virtual network. It's not like the real deal, you know.
So this would be like what it'd be. That's what probably people.
So like if I was to host a server right now, this would be your ping with me.
What the heck?
Realistically, you should only be having about 30 to 40 millisecond ping, but because we're on a VPN, it's kind of doubled. Wait, what? Is this where we're supposed to go?
That's all I see, but I don't know how to get out of there.
Oh, what the hell? Oh. Bro, it's so dark! Bro, turn your light off for a second. Look at that.
Yeah, I know. We can change the gamma in the game, make it brighter.
Are we missing something here?
Can we stand on each other, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Here, come in here real quick.
No.
I think we're supposed to climb. Pressing E. Oh, wait. I made it. Just keep tapping jump. Just keep tapping jump. Jim looks funny. He did look like Freddy Krueger. He did. He really did. Wow. Come on, Jay. You got this, bro. I believe in you.
This ain't working.
Yeah, it was weird. Try to. I got up here like right around here. Try to jump like right around here. There you go. See, you almost got the double jump. I saw it. You might need some stamina. You might want to wait. How much stamina do you have?
It's empty.
Yeah, let your stamina go because you gotta get the. There's like a you double jumped or something.
Okay, so I had to crouch to get stamina back, okay.
Right. Get your stamina up and you got this, bro.
Okay, well, that didn't work.
I'm scared to go down in case I can't get back up. Well, more than likely we're gonna load into a new area anyway. You want me to try to go ahead?
I think both of us have to be there, though.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, I was so close that time, too. Oh.
What the hell? What am I stuck on? You know what it is? There is. Oh, yeah, there's like a ring. Like a second ring around the ring, too.
The heck is with this?
Oh, man.
You gotta be Superman just to get out of here? What the heck?
I think so, Jim. You gotta work out, bro. You gotta cut the carbs, dude. We talked about this. I told you, next session, you're gonna have to cut the carbs.
Maybe if I jump with my gun. Maybe the baton is too heavy for him.
Uh-oh. Corey said you're fired. Fired.
Oh no, I'm fired. Yeah, I can quit now.
Fired.
Jump. Oh, I was so close.
Ooh, you're getting close, getting closer and closer, bro.
Keeps rejecting me. I'm turning my brightness up a little higher.
Give me 1 second, bro. All right, give me 1 second, bro. Hold on.
What? Okay.
There's something here. Help! Help me! Help! 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 Help over here! Get over here! Help over here! Get over here! Help me! There's something here. I found something. Found something. There's something here. There's something here. Let's go. Get over here. Let's go. I found something. Follow me. Here. Help over here.
Jim, hurry up, bro. You gotta get out of that sewer thingy. You're still stuck in there, bro?
Get over here.
Oh man, Jay is still stuck, guys. That's so weird. All right, Jim, you know what? Try to do this. Try to do this, bro. All right, so when you jump towards the ledge here, let's say like where I'm standing, try to immediately hold down the control button at the same time while you double jump with space. Try that. Holy shoot, where'd you go? What the? Almost. Do it again. Oh. There you go. Oh, you did it. You did it. Good job, Jim. By the way, you muted on Discord. All right, let's see.
Okay, there we go.
Right. Did that actually work?
Yeah,
I just old games you used to have to do that. Okay.
that is crazy.
Oh, I hear something. Oh my god, it's so dark in this game.
Yeah, I changed the gamma in my game, and it doesn't look like it's any brighter, but I had to restart. So it kicked me completely out of the whole game, so I had to... So yeah, don't change gamma settings because it'll make you restart.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Why this place looks all spooky?
What was that?
What was what? Oh, thunder.
Glows. Oh, thunder.
Yeah. Thunder.
There is a shotgun over here.
Oh, there is.
Help!
Oh, we gotta crouch.
Help! Get over here. Follow me.
Remington 870. Look at that. Oh, what the? What the hell is that?
I don't know, but she's killing me.
Yo, she attacks quick.
She does.
Whoa. That's like The Exorcist slash... What game did I play that had a chick like that? Oh, look, there's her face.
Kind of like Dread Out a little bit too, because she was...
Yeah, Dread Out. Bro, that game actually wasn't bad. I actually had a good time with it. But it was a little different this time around. The whole, like, free roam aspect that they added. I think it was like a cool addition to the game, but I kind of felt like it narrowed the game.
Yeah, I think it did.
Then again, it didn't. Like, I guess it kind of had like the more open world where you can explore and do like maybe more side things, but... Oh, man.
Okay.
Maury's like, what the hell are you guys playing? Right. Maury could have got on this too. It's free to play.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, I'm going up top. You going with me? How that song go? Are you ready? Holy shoot! What the? Bro! I'm dead. No,
I had no ammo either.
that was a lot of enemies down there, bro. Oh my gosh, I jumped. I ain't gonna lie. I nearly like pooped myself there for a second. Oh my god.
Okay, so we don't go upstairs then. That's a no-go.
Wow, I should have like. This is what the one time I don't ask you to go first. I fall into a pit of enemies, bro. Oh, there went my shotgun. It doesn't matter. We keep running out of ammo anyway.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Almost pointless. Oh, I got stuck on the door.
I can't believe that just happened, guys. We literally fell into a pit. Unbelievable. All right, so I'm back in now. And wait, where the hell did I just spawn? At the beginning?
Yeah.
Wow.
Punishing.
Yeah, they ain't kidding.
But at least you don't have to worry about enemies, but I have to worry about enemies where I'm at, because I just got attacked again.
Yeah, don't fall down, bro.
I'm gonna hide in this little building right here, and I'm staying here. So what happens if you use too much morphine? Do you die?
I have no idea. It did say don't use too much. Well, I mean, we never used too much to find out yet.
I might have to actually go to that place, but how do we...
Oh, this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna be doing that tunnel thing here in a second.
Oh, what the... Oh, man.
What happened?
Got attacked by one of those women.
Oh, the white one? The white dress?
The white dress girl with the sword arm. Yeah, she just smacked me in the back. I'm gonna just stay here in the corner, hide, cower. I hear your guy breathing hard.
Ooh, made it out of the tunnel. It's hard. Okay, all right. No steps. So what happened? How'd you get back up here?
We're gonna go this way, I think. Where'd you go? Yeah, I think we gotta go this way.
Oh yeah. The who? What?
This gap. What if we could jump that far?
Okay, so the only other way is the steps.
Yep.
Oh god, look at the woman with the knives, man.
Yeah, jump down there and kill him, or see if we can jump her across.
Holy shoot! Actually, hold on. Melee them. Wait, what happened to my melee?
You gotta equip it every time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, if you die, you have to quick equip it every time. Kinda dumb, but... What the heck?
Hey, hey there!
Character.
Is there more down there?
There
Bro,
was like 4, I think.
what the hell is wrong with these things? Like breathing like dogs. What's up, boy? How are you, bro? How's everything going, dude? Welcome back, by the way.
There's
Good
4
night.
total left.
A beautiful night. Freaking awesome outside. Just the rain sucks. Yeah. Oh, Jim went down? Jim, are you cool?
I don't see nothing yet. I kind of fell down.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing here. How do we get?
Hey, get out.
How do we get out of here?
What about under the stairs? No? Oh, no, I'm glad I ain't jumped down then. So what we're gonna do?
I don't know.
Oh, this is bad news, Jim. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do, bro.
Can you jump that distance?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Fine. Tell folks we got it. You'll find the post office.
I think I'm stuck here. Well, that just happened.
Hey, bro. We got this, man. We got this. Come on, Jim. Don't let me down, bro. Never gonna let me down. So you really are stuck in there, huh?
Yep.
All right, there's got to be another way, because if I get stuck in there, we're screwed. Wait a minute. Can you do anything with the boards? We can't pick up items, can we? No.
We can't do anything with the boards.
Hold on. While you're down there. What was that?
Okay. I broke the wall. Okay, now you can come down.
Yeah, I don't think we can make it on top of the steps anyway, bro. Oh, shoot. Oh, this the beginning? It is. Oh, wait.
Nope, it's the other side.
Oh, I see real good, like when you, Okay. Oh, yeah, there's the wall again. The hell? Oh, what's this way? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we can't break this one. Let me try with the baton, yeah. No?
Okay, that just goes right back. We're in a constant loop here. What the heck?
There's gotta be a way, bro. There's gotta be a way. Maybe we do gotta jump it, but we just gotta jump it better.
That's that wall.
Wow. I don't know, man. Maybe we gotta do the double jump again. Why is this so difficult? Like the obstacles, like parkour, or whatever the heck.
Yeah. This is crazy. Okay, sprint and jump. Oh, wow, I got rejected.
Wow. So close, man.
I keep getting stuck on this stupid...
Come on, Jimmy, you got this, bro.
Oh, yep. And... Oh.
Man.
Wow. I had no stamina. One, two.
Interesting.
I can't even jump. What?
Yeah, it's difficult, bro. I don't know why it's... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, we ain't got none of that morphine stuff, but that's not gonna give us like an adrenaline boost or anything like that. All right, let's see. So how else are we gonna get up here? There's got to be another way. All right, let me see here.
Seems harder than I thought it would be.
I tried to do like the jump dodge, but that didn't work.
Oh, almost made it.
Man.
Yeah, this game is super punishing.
Wow. All right, there's got to be a better way up there. Nope. You okay, Jim?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what the heck to do here. Oh, keep getting stuck on everything.
We probably got to get up there, but for some reason we're just not landing it right. And I tried smacking that thing so many times. It looks like something we would just melee. Okay, alright. There's gotta be a way, bro.
What? I got hooked on the step. That was a joke. I'm gonna be here all day just trying to get...
Oh my god, yep, we're stuck on this part. There's something else we're missing. What else do we need to do here? There's gotta be something. I don't know, man. All right, let's study these steps here real quick, Jay. All right, there's got to be something with these stairs, right? I see this step here, kind of slanted here. I'm thinking. So close, man. So close. One of the steps look like it's like hanging a bit sideways there. Nope. Man, stamina consumption so quick in this game. So is ammo. Jeez.
Okay.
Wow, bro. It just felt like I was gonna make it so many times. I just can't land it. You sure this is the right way?
The only other way is to go back to that hole that we got stuck in.
True. Are we missing something here? Or it's one of those moments where the game is glitched.
It could be that too. We might have broke the game.
You think so?
Possible. We tend to do that a lot.
That's very true. Can you believe we've already been at... We're heading into almost 3 hours already?
Well, one of the hours was troubleshooting.
Right. Alright, something is not right. Okay, so we're running and jumping up the ramp. We can't land it. It's just... But we had the same problem getting out of the sewer.
Yeah, we did. This game don't like us.
There is a room up there, though, so I know we do got to get up there. Alright, there's got to be a way. But what? What do you think, Jay? You got this, bro?
No. I have no clue. What can we do?
Come on, you stupid game.
Found something. Get over here.
Uh-oh.
I don't have no clue what to do.
Come on, you that
You made it, what?
Yay! Yep, please wait till everyone is ready. I gotta wait for you anyway.
How'd you do it?
Alright, here's what you gotta do. You don't even have to sprint, bro. Just walk forward, jump, but you need to hit that control button to crouch as soon as you hit the ledge. Oh,
Wow.
a little more. Yep. That pinky takes a lot of strength out of you.
Yeah, it does. Oh, cool. You might go all the way to the edge. Okay, do you have to push forward and jump two at the same time, or?
Yeah. You're gonna want to like just walk forward, hold the W key, space to jump, and then you're gonna want to hit that left control as soon as you get to this edge. Oh, wow, that epic fail, bro.
Jump or push jump, and you're just like, nope, not happening.
Nope, nope, nope.
Oh, what? I'm stuck on a wall. Okay. Jump. Oh, there we go. Ah, I did it.
You got it? Oh, yeah. All right, I already killed the weird creature that was up here. And all we have here is just a door, and that's it. Are you gonna crash? No. What? Bro, why does this sound creepy here?
I don't know, but I have no ammo, so why did they give me a gun? Okay, you see nothing. What was that? Oh, that's your gun.
There's syringes on the ground. I'll grab one, you grab one.
I found a shotgun, and what's this? Here's another gun over here.
There's a branch on the ground. Yeah, there is a shotgun.
There's something else here too. I don't know what it is.
It's a branch. Oh, it looks like a branch. I guess we could both grab one.
Something here. Something here. Help!
With the branch. Okay, that's good. Oh, cool. Interesting.
Yep, shotgun's right here. Did you have the shotgun already?
Yeah, I got a shotgun.
Okay. And you got the morphine syringe right below you?
I got one, so.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna use the one I have now. Okay, I guess we're gonna go. Doesn't it sound like Silent Hill?
It does, yeah. So can you have two shotguns? Oh, you can. Oh, I'll give you shells. Okay, cool.
Oh, there you go. You ready?
Ready as I can be. I'll let you go for it all.
Holy, what the? Bro, that thing got hands. Oh, that's a base?
Got 3 paces. Several paces.
Weird.
I think it was weird. Weird, so we're probably gonna have a bunch of those things popping up all the time. Yep.
Oh, bro, watch your right, watch the right.
No, no. Run, run. Oh no, I'm stuck.
I got her. Yeah, what the hell, bro? She was stuck on your butt.
I know.
She really wanted that.
She lifted me off the ground, I think.
She grabbed you, bro. Yeah, it's like, it's my boo. Wow. Do we have to kill these things? Oh, what the?
I think that's a yeah. It's like, where are you going?
Oh, another one.
No. I had no ammo, my gun. This will be fun. Have one more left.
Camera, bro. I just saw something down the bridge with the lightning. Like, look down the bridge. very easily with the lightning. You should see it.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. Man, the lightning is synced. Wow, that's crazy.
Okay.
Bullet wise,
I'm not in good shape.
you got the tree branch, not really a weapon, but at least something. Holy shit, did you trigger it?
They just started walking towards us.
He doesn't go so far? Oh, look at his reflection in the water.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's his, that's just the way the game engine is. You know what? Where'd he go?
That was my one bullet. Come over here. I can spike him in the back when he comes towards us. Try to get around him.
Right. Is he not attacking you?
Nope.
Serious? Oh!
Yeah, he does. Okay.
He said, "What you say? I'm not a what? I'm not attacking who?"
Ow. One hit and like.
Bro, you were like, you remind me of Mayday, bro, in school when it was Mayday.
Slap me silly.
I remember them days because I'm light skinned, so like Mayday was fun. All right.
I don't know if I triggered this smack, but you don't smack me good. Fine. We'll play. What? It's a cheat, you little cheater.
I'm out of bullets, bro. I think we're.
Uh-oh. I can just get behind him, but I can't get behind
All right,
him.
you know what? Let me do this because it seems like he doesn't focus you too much. All right. I don't think he passes this area.
Oh, he's focused on me, because every time I move, he looks right at me.
Oh, wait. He's turned his back. Oh, never mind. Can't hit him. Oh!
I got one hit on him.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, my health. Oh, you got him. Why does he die like that?
I don't know. Hey, that thing hits hard, though.
Hell yeah.
I had full health, I'm at 44 health now. Just with one punch.
Bro, we got no bullets.
No bullets, we got this thing with the slug pursuit.
Oh, what the?
Oh no. Oh no. I'm going this way. No, ow, I got slapped. I'm dead.
I'm gonna stay alive just for you, bro.
Okay, alright. What is that over there? Is that you? Or the monster?
Yeah, I see a monster coming towards us. Yep, he's coming for me.
There's also that white girl behind you too, with the dress. Oh, another big dude. Uh-oh.
Oh, there's two of them, bro.
Oh no. Look at... Holy cow.
Wow. Bro, I just got They surrounded me. I had nowhere else to go.
Oh no, we gotta restart the whole map. No, don't tell me you have to restart the whole map.
Well, we really weren't that far.
Oh no, okay, good, it didn't that big.
I think we need to save ammo, bro.
Yeah, I can't see nothing. Flashlight.
There's a shotgun here.
There's that crazy branch again.
Oh, sorry.
The branch. Why are so many branches? Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the branch is for something. Alright, so there's something we gotta do, but what?
Not die. But the bad thing is we gotta kill these things and...
I felt like we... Okay, so I did kind of dodge their swings, but it's hard when we got the enemies chasing us.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's figure this out. Let me test something here. No, but then we got that big guy. I'm gonna run and jump. See, I just dodged him. You see that?
Oops, keep doing that. So let's go to...
There you go. You dodged. Let's get our stamina back. Remember, this crazy lady's gonna chase us here. Are we ready for her?
I'm gonna get my baton out.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and shoot her once with the shotgun. You ready? Here comes the crazy lady. There's another crazy lady. There we go. Good job. Nice and easy. The big guy is gonna be coming here shortly. Oh, wait, another one?
Ow! Ow!
Whoa! All three of them came. Look. Here comes the big guy. Both big guys are coming.
Ow! Okay, I gotta move.
That's the one behind you. Get them where you can't fall in the water.
So yeah, we gotta have the guns for these guys, I think. This melee doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, the big guys are way too big. They take way too many bullets. I'm trying to think. We're gonna have to gun it past the... Oh, here they come. Thing is, he take up so much space.
Yeah, they do.
They gotta have a weak spot. There we go. Oh, Jim, you blocked me. You got hit. Yeah, see, those guys don't lose a lot of health, so I'm not worrying about them too much. It's these guys hurt.
Yeah, these guys. One hit pretty much.
He doesn't come in here, which is good. There we go. We dropped him.
Dude, I bet ammo. So...
There's a clip down here for you. Alright, you ready for this, bro?
Shotgun there.
Which one's hitting me? This guy?
That guy's ready up.
Ow!
Wow, that was pretty quick. Okay, I'm going to try the other side. Ow!
What's with the faces on these guys? We got a problem. Here goes another big guy.
And I went the other direction. This way is a little safer.
Need your help, Jim?
Big guy over here.
Watch it, I'm scared for that girl. There she comes. She's coming. So he's kind of blocking the enemies.
How many of these things are there? Holy cow.
Oh, really?
They're just
Dang it, because like we body block each other and it's... Dang it, man.
yeah, they were just keep coming too, like wow.
Man, we had it. We were right there. Oh god, I hate that we gotta grab the same stuff again. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, it is.
Alright. Okay, you know what? All right, bro. Here we go. I'm gonna gun it for it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Oh no.
Big guys here. I gotta try to run around them. I hate these stupid things.
Ow.
My God, he gets us stuck though. See, this thing right here costs us too much ammo. I'm gonna test something. Can I run past him? Yep, we can run past him.
Well, what the heck? I got caught of something. He blocked me. He totally body blocked me. I couldn't move.
Are you dead?
Yep. He killed me. Yeah, he totally body blocked me. I ran right into him.
I'm gonna wait 60. I think he got 60 seconds or whatever it was. I think that's with the respawn timer. I should have put it less. Yeah, the music's too loud in this game. Yeah, the music is louder than the game.
It is. I think my game froze up too. No, maybe not. The audio just cut out.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh.
Hold on, let me do this again. Hold on, options, audio. Why is this so...
My FPS dropped big time too. I'm getting 24 FPS in this rain. Oh,
There you are. I see you back.
any weapons over here? Of course not. Nope. Wow. So if you die, you get punished. You don't get a weapon.
Oh, what the heck?
Nope. Yeah, I can't run past this dude.
Wow. Oh, you dead?
Yep. Couldn't-
Yeah, they're hard to run past, bro. You gotta kind of squeeze in. 'Cause he just hit me too when I ran past him. Dang it! But we don't have the bullets for it, bro. Like, I don't understand what's going on here. Cause like, they don't want us to, but then we can't.
Dude, I'm not liking this whole. You gotta fix out everything again. Who would come up with that idea? Or
Yeah.
He's still smacking too. Wow. Really? Really? Now you're gonna block me so I can't move? Wow.
Wow. You dead? Ah, this is the only thing I'm not liking is this level right here. It's too dark, not enough ammo, and I hate redoing myself over and over. I start to get a little impatient.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
How you feel?
I mean, we're over here trying to find exploits. Really? Well, what the hell? How'd I get hit? Really, the only thing we have to worry about is the girls in the dresses. The big guys, I'm not really worried so much.
Wow, it hit me somehow.
Oh, nope. I couldn't get past them. Wow. I'm dead. Got stuck. So you have to kill them. So they have to have a weak spot. Because shooting them in the head is not doing it. He takes way too many bullets. Yeah, he just punched me, stomped me.
Yeah, I watched him do like, yeah. Like, damn, dude, help you. If I could help you up or something, that'd be so much easier, but.
Right? That's okay. I'm just enjoying the rain. Yeah, just stay alive for a little bit. I'll respawn.
Yeah, I just ran back to the start.
So in all reality, if we really, really want to cheat the system, one of us stay alive and just when you spawn with ammo. Take out the enemies.
Yep.
Sucks, but it works. I won't have my items now. Nope. Okay, so. Okay, he's down.
Wow. Yeah, lucky swing that he got on me.
We could probably just take him out. What the hell? Man, she got a weird face. Alright, so he doesn't pass this spot. Each enemy has a boundary limit. That's cool. You have any ammo?
Nope.
Me neither. The shotgun bullet's right behind him though. Oh, here he comes. I ran past him.
I don't have enough health to run past him. Ow, what the heck?
How far back are you? Did you go down?
Yeah, I went down. I went back to the start because he chased me.
Oh, he's coming after me.
Yep, he's heading back that way. He knocked me out and killed me, and he's heading back to you. Oh, I at least respawned the bullet, so I can kill him.
Let me know when you respawn.
Okay.
I think he froze. Yep, he's looking at me, but he's not moving, so that's good. Alright, I'm just gonna hold him down.
Hurry up, respawn.
You back?
Not yet.
Ooh!
This area made my ping go way up.
You're right.
So is this what the people use to, like, the lag spike everybody?
The rain? Yeah, rain was always a problem in video games back in the day.
Well, I mean the VPN thing that we're using. Is that what people use to lag swap?
Oh, no, the VPN was... This program like this comes in handy for games that are no longer supported. Like a lot of older games, the servers are down because the game companies just don't support it anymore. And you can still play your favorite video games now on VPNs.
So this is the one that they used to...
No, it was the, what was that, Tungo? That one got shut down.
Oh, okay. Because I know you said people use that ping swap thing, so...
Oh, lag switcher and all that, yeah.
This, you could use this probably for that too, and just have to get a hold of somebody.
Well, you can use a VPN in general. VPN will give you a higher latency, higher ping, higher, yeah.
And you could always switch it from wherever you want to have the higher ping from. Switch it to like the Brazilian one on the last year, and nobody could actually do anything because they'll have like 800 ping.
Right, there's a big guy to the right.
The last time I went to land.
Alright, we gotta go. Here he comes. He's coming.
Ow!
There he is. Damn, Jim, you keep blocking me. Got him. Yeah, we gotta be careful. Okay.
Why did my... Oh, I have to reset this again? Really?
Oh.
I couldn't switch weapons, but I couldn't switch weapons. Ow! So you want to go left or right? I think left.
Left is where we went last time. That's the right way.
So,
Let me check over here just to see. The shotgun shells up ahead. Watch it, watch it. I got your back. Got my sniper on me, bro.
Okay, I guess I can't pick up the other thing. Ow! Ow!
You're getting hit way too much. Careful.
I got my things too. There's a syringe over there too, so
Okay, I'm grabbing it.
I can't pick it. I couldn't pick it up, so.
Ow.
No! So many.
Woo, we got lucky, Jay.
Ooh, pistol. 6-shooter.
Take it. Go ahead.
There's 2.
Oh, there's 2? 357 Magnum. Okay.
It's over here. Oh, okay, this is the building. Okay, cool. Piece of wood.
It's got 5 rounds, though. Yeah, I don't get the tree branch. I don't understand.
Yeah, I have no clue. Just another melee weapon, I guess.
All right.
At least you beat that. Oh. That was getting
Oh.
point.
Okay, I cleared the way.
So this is a wide open area. Oh.
Yeah, pretty much. There's an entranceway here to the left.
Ooh, what the?
What happened?
You just have to crouch to get through there.
Oh, behind you, bro.
Owie!
You okay? Your heart's beating.
Pretty low health. Yep, we gotta get rid of the weapon.
Uh-oh, we got this, bro. Yeah, there's a bunch of branches. Behind you, Jay.
Ooh, dude, we just have a magnum. It's good for killing them, though.
It is. Oh, let me switch weapons here.
It's better than a shotgun. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Here's something. What is that noise?
Oh, what the hell? What are you getting shot at?
Somebody named Simon. He's in that.
Hide, bro, hide. Go back this way. Where the hell is he?
There's a building quick at the end there. He's over there.
Hey, Simon, that's the guy we're looking for.
And he's trying to kill us. What is with this music or what's the sound?
Yeah, it's weird. the hell is he?
I don't think he leaves that area.
You don't think he does?
Nope. I think he just stays there. So we gotta go towards him. Ow, I'm dead.
Yeah, he shot you in the face. I saw that.
Dude must have a sniper.
Alright, I'm gonna stay alive.
That sucks out loud, but we just have it behind him.
No! Simon still got full health, bro.
I don't really know where he's at. I can't see him.
I have no idea.
There's a building in the corner. He's in that, but I don't know where he's at for sure. Does your sniper have a scope?
Yeah.
Okay, when I get back in there, you could. I'm gonna have to find a place to actually hide so he can't shoot us.
You okay? You ready? And I got a few bullets on it too. Problem is I can't see him like at the range.
Where am I at? So let's not go that way.
Oh, I see. He's shooting you from the left.
Ow, what the?
I don't see him.
I don't either. You can see me about right. Right there.
Where the hell is he?
Okay, he's hit me from there. Where is he at?
I'm gonna watch for the bullet. He's to the left. Oh, he's on top of a building.
I just ran. I'm gonna die now.
Help me!
Oh, we're not supposed to shoot him?
Wow.
What happened?
Chainsaw dude killed me.
Oh god, chainsaw inside the building?
Yep.
Oh, we couldn't even fight him outside.
Yeah, there's a chainsaw guy and one of the white dressed ladies. I killed her, but he killed me. He's just in the corner, just swinging around like a crazy lunatic.
Oh, he got me at the window. What the?
Wow.
Wow, bro. That's crazy.
I don't know, I'm not...
I don't like these crazy ladies. Wow, I don't got my sniper no more. Oh, this is great.
I don't want to switch this to the loadout again. I hate this.
Yeah,
This is one of those games you rage quit after a few minutes.
you're right.
It's not bad, but man, the enemies are just OP.
Yeah, they are. Well, but you know what though? It's free to play.
Yep. Ow.
Oh, what the? Bro, they just ran right through this.
I know, we had to crouch to get directly through it, and they went right through it. There you go. That's nothing.
Wow. Whatever, I got stuck, bro. I'm dead. Stay alive. Wow.
Whoa. Got a bullet and I got a wood stick. Awesome.
There you go. You got this, bro. You got this.
What happened to our batons? We had a baton and we lost it, I guess.
Yeah. That's probably why the branches are here now.
Yeah.
Okay, I should be respawning any second. Oh, I'm here.
I hope it stops raining this game already.
Alright, did you kill the two ladies?
Yep.
So that means it's only going to be the guy with the
Pretty good, yep.
Oh, he's not even sniping anymore.
We gotta figure out how to get him.
Yeah, I don't even see Simon. Simon's not even here. This guy is bogus, yo. You probably gotta run.
He runs too fast for that.
Huh?
He runs too fast for that.
Right. He's kamikaze.
What happened? Where did the audio cut out? Oh.
There's a door. He got you?
Yep. The one-hitter quitter. And I had a good gun too. I had a semi-automatic machine gun. That did me no good.
Try not to die.
He's stuck in the doorway right now.
Yeah. I wonder why, the way he moves.
I know. Oh, I can't think of lipstick. Okay, that's cool.
Got him, he's down.
That back. Oh, there's a bunch of guns in here. Wow. Holy cow.
I wonder why.
Ooh,
Both got M16s?
nice. That was a good stage right there. No wonder why I was protecting it.
Yeah, right.
Like, we can't have you have these weapons.
These are probably donator weapons. They're probably just giving us a taste of it, like, towards the end.
Yeah, like, oh, yeah, here, you can have these now.
Ooh. There's a door.
What the? What?
There's a syringe behind you.
Yeah, I got one earlier.
Oh,
Can you pick? Can you? Yeah, can we pick another one? Nope, I can't. Wow.
here we go.
That's stupid. You don't have one syringe at one time. Makes no sense.
What the hell's going on here? Oh. Okay. It's a building here. Oh, big guy. He's down.
He was focused on me. Wow.
Honestly, bro, I think we just run inside.
I'm stuck on that tree. No, ouch. Leave me alone. Come on, let me out. Come on. Wow.
Where'd you go, bro?
He smacked me. I got stuck on a tree. He killed me. He cheated.
Jim! No!
Got stuck on a tree and couldn't move, and he smacked me and knocked me down and came and stomped on my face.
Wait, I think I could revive you. Hold on, bro. I think we could revive each other.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, it even has the animation too. Wow, cool.
Yeah, bro, we could have revived each other the whole time.
Did I get one hit? He smacked me again. He was like, he's just waiting for me to pop out and hit me.
I thought he was gonna hit me too, bro. I got you, Jim. Wow, bro, this whole game we did not even revive each other. There's no command or anything. I just randomly press E. Alright, bro. We can skip him. Run straight in. To the right, there's a hole on the ground. The front door is locked. Ready? And jump down. We're safe.
No, we're not safe.
No, what's down there?
I have no clue, but they're killing me. They killed me. There's like 5 of them.
Holy moly.
Those things are fast.
Are there more?
I think that's it.
Oh!
Is that what I guess? I can't see it. I can't even turn my camera. I hate that.
I got you, bro. I got you. Stay with me, man.
I like the game where you can turn the camera while you're dead, so you can.
You're telling me we could have kept our items the whole time, bro?
Yeah, it sucks.
Hey, bro, do these look like the Nazis or something? Like, what the hell?
Oh, they do. Wow. And the bad thing was I was out of ammo too.
Hey, what's... Oh, there's a door down here. Okay. Here we go.
So I get down there, I have no ammo, and these 6 things come at me. I was like, oh, I'm done for.
Right? What the... Holy... Jeez, saw that dude. Would you jump, Jay? You okay, man?
Just a little bit.
Oh man! Oh yeah! Oh gosh, careful!
chapter 10 had one. What happened to chapter 8 to 1 through 9? Oh, I can actually hurt you. Ooh, wow, okay. Oh, maybe not. Nope, I can't hurt you. Are we supposed to? Oh, yeah, we're cops.
They have no right to place.
Oh no, Simon's back.
I don't know what just happened to just start doing that too.
Oh, be careful, Jay.
Yeah, all I got is a stick to kill people with.
Sorry, we got this, bro.
What's down here? Anything? I don't trust this area.
What happened?
I don't trust this area.
Me neither, bro.
Oh no.
Anything down there?
Nothing yet. Take that.
Wow, what you find?
Another M16. Where are they here? Ooh, volleyball. I'm gonna throw a volleyball to the next lobby.
Sounds like he's very close.
That hurts another clue match.
Sounds like he's in that room.
Nothing this way.
Nothing around the corner?
Nothing here. Oh, nothing here. Oh, there's something here. What the heck is that?
The hell?
Box head.
Wait. Are we supposed to kill him?
I have no clue. He's shooting at me though. So.
Is there a way out of here? Yeah, there is. Let's not kill him, bro, because I feel like... Fire doors are sealed shut. Alright, maybe we gotta kill just these guys and Oh, Simon's around the corner. Alright, let's try the other hallway. Careful, he's around the corner. Yep, I'm running past him. Yeah, he got aimbot alright. Yeah, there's a door right up here. These doors are sealed shut. Oh, what the?
Yeah, there you go.
You got him?
Yep.
I can't believe
So we were supposed to shoot him?
Looks like it. I just kept smacking him in the back. He was turned the other direction so he wouldn't shoot at me.
Yeah.
I hear food. Fire doors are sealed shut. Okay, where do we go?
Straight ahead. And I believe to the right.
I gotta find me some health or something.
We gotta go up. Yeah, me too.
What the? Nothing here at all?
Oh boy. I don't know.
There's stairs there.
We got stairs.
What the?
What the hell is that?
I have no clue.
Holy shoot.
Oh, that was a jump scare.
Yeah, these guys move fast, man. Every single one of them.
I walked around the corner and saw the thing about jumped out of my seat.
I got you, bro. Stay with me, man. I'm certified for CPR. I got you, bro.
Sorry. Okay, I don't want to go that way no more. There you go.
Oh, that's what that thing was?
Yeah, this is where the thing was hit. We might have to go that way.
True. And we get upstairs, too. Which way you want to go?
We can go this way.
Okay.
Sucks we only have a wood stick to beat people with.
That's it. Looks like a door out of here. Ammo?
Ammo.
Oh. Here's the health. Did you get the health? Or you already had some?
Guess I got one. Yep, I got one. So.
That door open?
Check it real quick. Door won't budge.
No? So what's the whole point of coming down here? Just for the items?
I guess.
Yeah, well. They were protecting it, right?
Yep. I got bullets. Guess I guess it's upstairs.
Oh, wait, wrong way. Alright, I went downstairs. You go upstairs.
Oh, just a. Oh, okay, we got it.
Oh, we got it together? Oh, okay.
Yep. In one of those doors.
Uh-oh.
See the bag came for free. It does get you a couple good jump scares though.
Right, right. I'm surprised there's this many levels.
Oh no. No. Those little thingies. No.
Oh, so they die as soon as they hit you, I guess.
You got stuck on the wall.
I hear something.
There's something here. Oh.
Holy crap. What the hell is he wearing? Pinocchio?
It looks like it. Holy cow. There's a syringe there.
Looks like we're in a school or something.
Yeah, that dude hurt a little bit. Yeah, this could be a scary hallway to go down.
Yeah, it's a pretty long hallway too.
Nothing there.
Here, a chainsaw.
Oh no! Ow. Ow, that dude hurts.
Yeah, but I heard a chainsaw guy. Where is he?
I'm not sure, I haven't seen him yet.
Oh, I hear him when I'm in this room.
Oh, so he must be on the other side of...
Oh,
No.
there's one here, bro. And these are all tight quarters too.
No. Wow. There's an axe dude. Another one. I'm down.
I see your life facing up in the air.
Yep, there's an axe guy right over my body.
Got you, bro. Get your butt up.
I don't think I found every room that had the enemies into it.
Right? Shotgun shells.
Alright, I have a shotgun.
Oh, you don't have a shotgun?
Nope, don't have a shotgun no more.
If I drop a weapon, do you get it? Oh yeah, you could try to grab that if you want.
Cool.
I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
This is a weird gun.
Outside. That's scary.
It's weird.
What is it? Oh yeah, it is a weird gun, right?
It is, it's weird looking too.
Oh, okay. Super Tuesday, there you go. Nothing wrong with that.
My pistol still.
Heck yeah, man. Dude, watch, follow me. You're gonna hear the chainsaw guy, watch. Go in this room. By the way, there's a gun too on the counter. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, yep. Okay, so he's gonna be down this
He's
way.
gonna be down that way to the left, yep. So we gotta be careful which room.
By that room right there. Or he's upstairs.
Oh god. Alright, we're gonna have to space out. I don't want us to be too close because we gotta take him out.
I'm gonna switch that other gun.
Alright. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, let's... Nothing there.
So he's upstairs or he's in the room that was behind that wall? I'm gonna take it he's upstairs.
Yeah, he's not. I don't see nothing here.
Okay.
Nothing that way.
Oh shoot. You got him?
Ooh, yeah. Dude just goes running out there like crazy, like a crazy man. That guy kind of reminds me of the one in Psycho, Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, true. We're playing a game called Cry of Fear, guys. Yo, your character, he's not feeling so well. 19 health.
Yeah, that feels so good. We still got this whole hallway to do.
Man, I'm scared this chainsaw guy's gonna come behind us, bro.
I think if they stay in a certain area, I think that's where they're at.
You have health or no?
Nope.
Alright, watch my back. This room's clear. Bro, is he coming? Oh, get ready, get ready, get ready. He might be coming. You hear it?
Yeah, I do.
Alright, I'm gonna take a peek. Watch my back. Oh, it disappears.
Yeah, it's upstairs.
Damn, bro.
It's upstairs. It's totally upstairs.
Jeez.
So we're gonna have to fight that guy upstairs. No. No, looks like we gotta.
Well, you got the marksman rifle, right?
Yeah, it's semi-auto rifle.
All right, do me a favor. I want you to stand all the way to your right, all the way down the hall. I'm gonna bring him down.
Okay.
There you go. Somewhere around there. Get ready to shoot him. Your gun is strong. And then I'm gonna run to your hallway. Like when he comes down, I'm gonna go like this, and I'm gonna turn this way, so that way I can get the second wave in case something goes wrong. We can revive each other. You ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1. I don't think he's coming though. No. I'm scared, bro.
Me too. Because I've had this gun before and it didn't do much to him.
I fought an axe guy.
Man, those guys are good at jump scares. Can't see nothing. This is bad.
There's a whole second floor, man.
I still hear the chainsaw faintly, but I can hear it. But I think he's to the right when you go upstairs.
I see him. Oh, get ready, bro. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Holy shoot. You got him?
He's still not coming yet.
No?
I think you lost him.
Careful, he might be by the stairs. Careful. Oh, he's in the stairs. I see him swinging. Holy shoot!
Wow.
Dang!
That marksman's rifle does nothing to him.
That's bull shenanigans, bro. Come on. One hit though? For real? And now we got none of our items, bro. Oh.
And I got disconnected from the server. Nice. And then it can disconnect you on the server.
Right.
That's nice. So we got a pistol and a stick. Awesome.
Oh, this is gonna suck now, bro. We don't have the weapons like we did the first round.
Oh, there goes half our ammo too.
Yeah. So you know what? Let's not go that way. Well, we do need to go that way. There was. Let me see something.
Weapons over there, yeah.
There's guns over there. Yeah. This room is secured. You can just do the room here to the right. Let's just go upstairs.
Oh, I hate this loadout thing.
You know, with just a handgun, there's nothing I can do, bro.
There was an M16 here somewhere, one of these hallways. I'm just not sure which one it was.
Holy shoot! This guy came out of nowhere.
Yeah. I had that guy before.
Dang it, man! I got all my ammo. I got nothing. Now I got a melee.
Okay, there is a weapon here somewhere. No, I'm stuck now. That dude cheats, man.
Yeah, he does. There was no enemies on this side last time.
There is one of these rooms that has a weapon into it. I think it's the last one. I guess go to the last one. I think it's out of the hallway.
Yeah, you might be right.
One of these stores has one of those guys again. Where is he? I think it's the last floor. Yep.
Jeez, one shot. Look at that. That gun is good.
Against that guy.
I don't even have a shotgun. Do you have a shotgun?
Nope.
I'll just grab it anyway.
What happened to that machine gun that I had? There was a machine gun in one of these rooms. What the heck? Maybe that was a floor down.
Yeah, true. Well, I guess we head back up. I got a melee. It's all I have. There goes the chainsaw. Are you still alive?
Yep, I'm still awake.
Man.
My health is really low. It's gonna be bad.
Yeah, I can't do anything, bro.
This is just the second floor, so...
You said this is not the second floor? Yeah.
Yeah, this is only the second floor, so... He's on the third floor, isn't he?
Not sure.
I know we went up 2 flights before, because we're only on the... Well, no. Yeah, because... Yeah, we're on the first floor, so this would be the second floor, so... I don't think he's on this floor.
Okay.
Did you see him?
No, I don't see him. He's not this far. At least I haven't seen him yet.
He's the other way. Yep, he's behind me. Are there anything in these rooms? Nice, Jim. Nice.
Ooh, 2 health. Oh man, this sucks. What the heck was that? Oh.
Wow. Oh, thank goodness, a shotgun.
Oh, dude, we need a shotgun.
Yes, I did. Okay.
This thing and a shotgun probably work together pretty good, but
Still a chainsaw left?
yep. I have 2 health.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be easy, bro. I got 34, that's it. Let's not sit too close to each other in case it does come out. We can blast. I can blast it.
I see him.
Careful. If you shoot him, you'll trigger him.
Okay, do we have anything here we can grab? Nothing.
I don't think so.
I go farther that way, he's gonna trigger him too, so...
Oh yeah. Did he move yet?
No, he's stuck on a wall.
I'm watching him. So far, you're good. Can you see him? Oh, he's coming for me. He's after me. Ooh. Oh my god.
That worked.
Oh.
That's funny though, he came after you, I shot him, he came after
Right.
There, I'm just going for the first thing I see. Yeah, we need to find some help, man. Oh no, there's an axe guy there. Why'd you run that way for?
Oh.
Oh no, oh no.
What? Oh, come on with the melee, bro. Like, I ran out of bullets. I tried to melee him and... Oh, my dear gosh. Please help me. That's bull, man. Damn chainsaws, like... Oh, and then we got these stupid random enemies around the map to waste the bullets.
I know.
Oh my god, we had it. I wanted to revive you. I should have just sat back, waited 60 seconds, let you respawn. Dang it. But I didn't want you to lose your weapon either. Oh, that's so infuriating.
Oh yeah, this game is very punishing. And now we're back to... Ow! Now we're back to...
Oh man.
Because we got attacked right on the bat.
Well, there's the marksman rifle on there. These enemies we could probably skip. We know the shotgun's only on the second floor, so...
Yep. Yeah, we don't need to waste ammo for nothing.
No. To the room to your right, there's the marksman rifle.
Oh, we're stuck.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. That was me. Let's go upstairs.
There'll be an axe guy coming around the corner here. Maybe. Where's he at?
Surprisingly, no axe guy.
What the heck? Last time there was an axe guy like went right at us.
I don't think the chainsaw guy is gonna come for us. I'm gonna go ahead and walk this way.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Must be a glitch in this game. That's the third time we've had we killed Simon. This is definitely a glitch.
Right.
He's dead. How is he coming back alive? Oh no, what?
Melee does nothing to him.
Wow. What the heck was that? So he just randomly respawned there once in a while, okay? At least he's not focused on you, he just ended up shooting you in the face.
Yeah, I stuck to his body and just hit him.
I ran out of ammo and I didn't have my other weapon set up for...
I'm not gonna trigger him yet. I think I've already answered that question earlier. If this is the same person, I'm not sure.
Did you get your shotgun yet? Oh, you scared me over there.
No, I didn't get the shotgun yet. But at least we took out Simon. Shotgun was in this room down to the end. No chainsaw yet?
Nope, he's still over there. Yeah, he's stuck on the same wall.
Careful.
Yeah, he's stuck on the wall. He's not moving anywhere.
Yeah, the axe guy, I just walked right past. Yeah, we're good. Nope. I just crawled. Wait, maybe if we crawl, they don't see us? Nah, I doubt it. I'm pretty sure they see us. Alright, I got the shotgun ready.
Wow. Ooh, okay, good. He actually came after me that time.
Ooh, yeah, he's like, yeah. This time we had Simon. We had, yeah. See, look at this, bro. We're like skimming through because now we know.
Yep.
Okay, I only got 2 bullets left.
I have 7.
Careful, there's an axe guy. Room to your right up there. First room to your right is an axe guy.
What
The hell?
Couldn't get to the doorway, what? Like, yanked me back. My ping keeps fluctuating like crazy.
Oh, what the?
What the heck?
The hell was that? Bro, why you left me down here, bro? Jim?
The door went shut on me. What the heck? What happened? What the? Oh, there's a hole, what?
Oh! Oh, wow, this guy.
Okay, I'm coming down.
Oh, you found me? Oh yeah, I almost died.
That door went shut on me.
Really?
Yeah, that door that you went through, it's shut.
Man, bro, I jumped down and these guys were like doing handstands, trying to take me out.
Wow.
All right, third floor it is. You ready?
I'm ready as I
Get
can.
ready, bro. It might be another chainsaw.
I hope not.
Get my shotgun out just in case.
How do you? Oh, I got.
Oh no, this is it's a door. Door is locked by a keypad.
I had ammo. I don't know where it happened to it, but I picked up some ammo. So we gotta find a keypad. Okay.
Keypad. Where the heck was that at?
Interesting.
What the heck? So where's the keypad? Oh, we see the outside hallway where we were just at.
I don't know. I don't see a keypad yet.
Keypad. Woo!
The doctor has locked the door. Okay, that door is locked.
The what? Wow.
Okay, so there might be some doors we can open. There's a keypad here, but that's for the elevator. Unlock this space and it won't budge. Ooh, okay.
Did you find it?
Nope.
Maybe we go back down.
Let's go down this way.
Help! There's something here.
Hey. This back door is locked. Okay, everything's locked.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
You said what?
I'm down. I'm on the second floor.
Oh, I see you.
I shot him, but it didn't do no good.
I got you.
I don't want to lose my good marksman gun. Even though I can't find any ammo for it.
What do you mean?
Here. Okay, what the heck?
The Manhunt game? Yeah. I was playing the first one, just never got to finish it. The game was bugging out on me and it gave me issues. Okay, so I don't get it, dude. We need a keypad. What the heck? Oh, hey, at least we killed all the enemies. There's a keypad in one of these rooms. Back door is locked. You okay?
Okay, we didn't kill all the enemies. There's one more. But I'm good. You one shot him. No!
What happened?
We just got knocked out. There's another axe guy.
Where you at?
Last room, hallway. Going past the cage.
What floor are you on?
Second floor, so. Clear to the end, and then there's that one hallway, that little short hallway.
The hell?
There's a big room in the back here. There's shotgun shells too back there.
What the hell are you?
I went clear down, straight down to the other end. You're close by me. I can
Hey.
hear you now.
You know what? Did you
Respawned.
you respawned?
Yep, I respawned
Shoot.
already. What the?
Oh gosh.
Where the heck was I at?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I didn't even see you, bro. You said the cage. I came over here.
Where was I? Okay. There's like a big green room. Okay.
Maybe you got into that room by a glitch or something.
Oh, wow, I keep getting stuck in the cave. There's a room like this, there's like a big room like this green room here. Weird. I don't think I teleported to the next floor.
Yeah, see, this is why I couldn't find you. I couldn't find you.
So it's not this room. It must be the next room. Next floor.
Wait, was that door open or something?
It was right at the end of the hallway. There's the very last door, and it was wide open. And I walked in there, and there was this axe guy in there. Maybe it's the second floor or first floor, whatever.
Maybe.
Yep, it's this floor. Dang bullet sponges. Yep, I found him. There's shotgun.
Yeah.
Man, I still didn't find anything else, so what the...
That's it, but still no keypad.
Wow. This sucks. Well, okay. Team don't like us.
Oh no. Alright, a keypad. Where the heck? We just gotta look for a keypad. B is our objective, right? Yeah, it said B.
Oh yeah, it doesn't do anything. Cool. The B button don't work.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know, bro. You know what? It made me fall through the bathroom. I'm gonna check that bathroom again.
Yeah, when I heard you fall, this door's shut.
Oh no, bro.
Well, we're stuck in this game now. Cool.
Oh god. Well, you know what? At least we took out all the enemies though. Just gotta figure out which way we need to go. I've been checking every single door.
Is there anything we can break down maybe with some melee? Nope. This whole flashlight thing sucks.
Yeah, because I can't see nothing.
You just like zoom out and look around and move the mouse all over the place as a deal.
Oh no. Where the heck do we gotta go?
I have no clue. You'd think it had something to do with that bathroom downstairs since they had so many people guarding that area, but there's nothing there.
Hmm.
Well,
I hope the game's not glitched.
yeah, I've not seen no. The only pad that I see, keypad, is the one that's on the elevator, and that's not working.
Yep, that's the one I see. Did you still try to press E on it?
Yeah, I did.
Alright, give me 1 second, Jay. One night, guys.
What's this?
Alright, there's gotta be a way, Jay.
Yeah, I looked everywhere.
There's gotta be a way. But where can it be?
On the opposite wall of the where that door's at, but it's not there either.
It's gotta be somewhere. Maybe what about this cage? No, nothing. What about one of the doors? No. Oh no, man.
Okay, so it said we're on chapter 10, but there's no chapter 10. There's chapter 1 and chapter 2.
Really? Alright, it's gotta be somewhere, bro. I'm gonna start from the bottom. Alright, the first door we came in. Don't need to go back. Okay. Elevator does absolutely nothing for us. This light sucks. Watch it be like obvious plain as day. And we're just like skipping right over it.
That's not it.
I'm checking all these cabinets and everything, nothing.
Did you see a VCR tape in a TV anywhere in the...
No.
According to what it says, there's a VCR on the second floor.
Second floor?
Yep.
Yeah, because first floor is clear, man. There's nothing down there.
There are no TVs here.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Nope. Unless we like broke it.
My God. Okay, well, that, do you think that is that the apartments?
The who?
Would that be the apartments? I'm not even sure what building we're in. Tutorials don't work.
Oh, you're looking at the tutorials?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not seeing any. Wait, I see an open window. Bro. You gotta be kidding me, dude. Where you go, Jay? Second floor? Hey, you too, Arthur. Hey, you have a wonderful day. Yeah, I'm on the second floor. Unbelievable, bro. I thought we needed a TV, Jay. What kind of tutorial?
That it says Cry of Fear, so unless there's another Cry of Fear.
Right, right. Hey, thank you for that follow there, Swapping. Yeah, you welcome out there. All right, we're going out. Here we go. We're back out. Ooh, picnic tables.
Okay.
Oh, another window.
This has ammo in it. Shotgun.
You know, I want that one.
You get through the window, huh?
The hell's that noise? I heard something.
Help over here! Help! Help!
Is that door locked?
Yeah, it's locked.
Oh, okay.
to jump and charge at the same time.
Oh my god, I just hit the wrong button. I don't think we're... Oh. And we're definitely not alone, bro.
We definitely gotta go that way too. Okay, do I have any bullets? Yeah, I have a few.
Oh, the majority of the school seems to be blocked off. It's gonna let us go outside. Oh, what the?
What did you do? What did you do?
The shutter just opened. What's in there?
I have no clue. Do we want to go this way? Oh, we'll go that way. Do that one to find out.
There's something weird. Uh-oh, here we go. Holy shoot, that scared me. Oh, it's a big guy.
Oh no, and I lost connection with the server. I gotta change my keybind for the mute. What the heck was that? Get away! Holy cow! Where'd you go?
Jim, I need your help.
I'm dying myself. Oh no, what the? No.
Here they come.
Oh, I'm down.
I'll try to get you, bro. Hold on.
Oh man, there's 3 of those big dudes coming.
Yeah, let me draw them away real quick. It's gonna be nothing but the big dudes anyway.
Yeah, I had a beast log because lost connection with the server again.
Alright, are you still on the ground?
Yeah, I'm still the radio.
I'm coming.
Faster.
Alright. I got you, bro. Yeah, this is a weird game, bro. Very weird game, right? Slender 7.
My booty slapping.
Oh no, Jay, what happened, bro?
I ran right into one of the big dudes. They were all grouped together, but that one was kind of strangling by himself.
I got you. Get ready to run. Jay, run, 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 run!
I don't have stamina. Oh shoot, I'm in trouble.
I don't know where we need to go because...
I guess I'll just buddy.
Oh, follow me. There's a building over here. Oh, I found it. Right here.
Okay, good.
Woo!
Bad time to have no stamina.
Oh wow, we're going down.
Oh. I got morphine. How did I get morphine? I didn't even pick anything up. Oh.
It's okay, bro. We got this. You got your tree branch?
Yep, got my tree branch and no bullets.
Did you shield yourself?
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and head on down.
Got some morphine now. I feel better.
There you go.
I'm surprised it doesn't make you like high.
What the?
What the heck is that thing?
That's the thing I had to fight in the bathrooms. Yep. Imagine being stuck in the same room with them, really close to your face.
Oh man, that'd be scary.
All right, we gotta get them, bro. Ready? What the hell are they doing? He's working out. He's doing yoga, bro. Let him do his thing.
He's twerking.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. He's like, look, I'm not angry. I'm friendly. Oh, he's moving forward. Oh, he's kicking you with his feet. Oh, he said, I don't need no hands. Oh, gosh. Oh. There you go, Jim. One smack at it. Oh, did he hit you?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he got them. He got them. Yeah, he's not too. Oh gosh, we gotta jump down. Dancing monkey, right? Swapping, you got it. Oh, there's like, no, I'm trying to sleep. Yeah, I know the feeling. Holy, what the man? They put you on the spot.
Yeah, they do.
Holy mackerel.
They definitely like their jump scares, man.
And we haven't gotten like bullets in a while.
I know.
Jeez.
They sure got the strategic jump scares in this game too. Oh yeah, you're gonna fall down here and you're gonna get... Uh-oh. This is kinda interesting. Okay, so what does that do? What the... Oh.
Oh! Careful, Jim.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Oh, I gotta reload.
I'm stuck. That's not fair. I think they're cheaters. I was...
Yeah, there was so many of them.
When I landed, I got stuck. I couldn't even move, so he just ended up smacking me while I...
Wow. Bunch of Freddy Krueger wannabes.
Yeah. A bunch of them.
Oh my god, guys, that is crazy. He's like, why did you be frontline? Poor Jimmy. What the hell is that?
That don't sound good.
Oh. That's not fair. I still fell.
I know, me too. Wow.
You died? Oh, it just smacked you, bro.
What the heck? Let me through. Stop. Wow.
Okay.
Oh man, I got hit by the door. Oh, I hope it don't murder you now. It would suck. Wow.
Really, Jim?
Couldn't even move.
Jim? What are you doing?
Man, these doors are loud. What the heck? Man.
Oh! I try to help you, bro. Yeah. Oh, Oh man. Oh, come on. Now I got no items. Dang. Dying is. I played the hero and lost all my stuff. Okay, here we go. I don't have much. It's not fair how many bullets they take, man. Pretty bogus. Now we gotta fight these guys in the damn tunnels. Like, really? This sucks. I ain't got no choice but the melee, and we ain't got no health either.
Help me!
Yep. No, what the? Yeah, those doors
So when we go down here, there's gonna be a lot of them.
crazy.
Well, they're not really too hard. And you got a hit on me. Alright, now we're back to where we were.
Yeah, the only thing annoying about those guys is when you get trapped and you got like 4 or 5.
Yeah. Alright, we're back where we were, but not without the
Wow, really?
Jim! And it sucks too, because that's like a death spot. It's gonna kill me.
No, it's just missing you, but it's gonna kill me though as soon as it opens. Ooh, got my-
Yeah, don't run at the door. Stay on the outside. Don't stand in front of it.
Well, if you get too close to the edge of the door, it will kill you because it squeezes you. Okay, come on, door.
What's up, Zeus? How are you, bro? All right, Jim, we gotta get through this, bro. We gotta get through this.
Oh no!
Oh, what the?
Wow! Upside down foot, dude.
Got you, Jim. How many times have I revived you?
15.
Tired and cold. I feel you, bro. I feel you on that tired and cold, man. The struggle is real.
Oh man, that's noisy.
Yeah, them, and they just magically stopped. Man, they were loud as hell. All right, watch our back. So we're up on the other side. Oh, we're outside.
Oh, we're gonna have some big monsters again, probably.
And we're coming out of a cemetery.
Oh, even better.
The hell's going on? Come on, weapons or something? Like, no weapons? We haven't really... Dang it. Yeah, boy too, man. Guys, we're all tired. I'm telling you, we're all tired. Oh, there's a trail here. I found a branch. You want a branch?
Can't pick it up.
I hear something. Another branch. We got a wall next to us. Another branch. What are we supposed to do with the branches?
Yeah, you can only have one brand, so.
Behind you.
40 brand. Ah.
Oh, what the hell? What do we do with those? Watch out for the trees. Watch out for that tree. George, 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 Jungle, George.
I think you kill those things.
So. They're just dead bodies dropping from the trees.
I like how when it spawns you in there, it gives you back to your pistol, and I had no ammo, so I'm getting.
Right, boy. Right.
I can't do anything because I got the wrong gun or wrong weapon equipped.
Oh, I feel ya. Well, that's not good, Zeus. Yeah, I haven't gotten a car in a few years. Like, it's probably been like 4 years now. Usually about every 10 years, 8 to 10 years, I usually get a new car. It just depends. Like, my last car I had, what, 10 years? This one I had now, I had it for like 4 years. But we'll see. 14 years, 2 cars. I think I did pretty good. I always do a lot of maintenance on them, though. All right, let me see. Watch out for the trees, bro.
George of the jungle. Watch out for that tree.
Your heartbeat is so loud.
I know. I'm dying.
You ain't kidding. You gotta be careful, Jay.
I got smacked in the head by a tree zombie thingy.
Yeah.
How rude. What'd you land on my head for?
Dang, 10 cars. Holy moly. Make it 116, right? I'm gonna have to put a count up. How many times I revive you? Instead of Dark Souls for deaths, it'd be revives. Okay.
So yeah, watch out for the trees, definitely.
Yep. Jay!
I didn't get hit that time.
I know, they tried to get me, but I dodged it. I hit that dodge button, bro. It's more branches. Oh, shoot! Oh, here they come.
Holy cow. Wow, they cheated. Wow.
Yep, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead.
This game made me. And there's the other one.
Come on, man. What? They take too many hits. We don't get ammo. We can't really melee, like, especially this one. She swings so fast.
I know, and when you have 3 of them, it's really hard. Ah, what the?
Like, we gotta work together, bro.
That is not fair when you spawn in and they're already attacking you before you even...
Yeah, just gotta be quick. Alright, well, obviously we have to go left, and then just keep going, watch for the trees, and then when we can't summon too many at once, because that's how they get us. We don't have any health. Us losing our items is what's killing us, too. Like, we don't have anything. Alright, let's go.
I only have a pistol now. Wow.
Jay, careful, bro.
They
But
tried to get me.
oh, no pistol?
No pistol. Even more punishment.
Dang it, man. Here comes the ladies. Just run from them, bro. Don't even stop. There's the door. I need you over here.
Wow. Wow.
Just go through the door. Yeah, that part I think we were meant to run. We're not meant to sit there and fight.
I got stuck on a... and then of course it just...
What just happened? What the hell? You here?
Mm-hmm.
Something ain't right, dude.
Yeah.
There's a house here. Who is that? Who is that?
Oh, big dude.
Oh!
Big dude.
Bro, you don't even want to know what's inside that house.
Oh, one of those things? No.
Oh my god. Holy shoot. These big guys are everywhere. And we got no weapons. Okay, so I got the big guys on me. Where'd you go, Jay?
I got a big guy on me too.
Alright, we might have to skip it on and go to the next house. There's a house in here, but I don't know. Oh my god, I keep getting stuck on something. Oh, come on. Wait, he's gonna hit you, Jay. I gotta move these big guys off of me.
Okay, it's safe in here so far.
Oh! I'm dead. No, I killed him. This guy's like a psychopath. I took him out. Oh, come on.
Now you got the witches on you.
Like, how am I supposed to do this with a branch? I can't.
No.
I don't have the... Oh. Now I get a gun. Oh, thank goodness health. Oh my god, I need it so bad. Now I can fight back, but that gun's only good for like one enemy and then we're down.
Yep. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna look around here, see if I can find something.
Okay.
If I don't get killed first by some weird thing that comes out of nowhere.
Right. But there's a couple buildings here. I'm in one of them. Right, let's see what's upstairs.
Oh no.
Yeah, Jay, you need to come to the building I'm at. There's guns here.
Nothing here.
Oh yeah, man, all types of weapons here, bro.
Oh, okay. So this area is one you have to actually go to get to the next part. So, can you pick up all the guns and just bring them over here?
If I do, it's gonna give me ammo.
Oh yeah.
Where are you at?
That building that we were at before, the one that big giant dude's sitting here watching me.
I think I see a light. Is that your light? Turn it off. You see my light?
Yeah.
Yep, this is where I'm at, to your left or wherever you're standing. Come over here, bro. You get an assault rifle, you get a shotgun, you get a handgun.
Okay, I'm gonna try, but I've got this giant.
Oh, I see the giant guy on you. Hold on, give me a second.
And he's basically babysitting me too, and I got a little low health. Low enough that he could one hit me.
It's costing too much ammo, man. You sure you can't get out of there?
I could, but he's close enough that I'd probably get one hit. Because I have to crouch down and then I have to try to sprint out of here, and that's, yeah. It's gonna be fun to do.
Yeah, still alive? He's down.
Okay, so...
Oof.
Okay, you're over there, okay.
Thank you, I really appreciate those. Huh?
Oh, there's a big dude right there. That's cool.
Did you see the weapons?
I can't get in because there's a big dude like right babysitting the door.
Oh, what the hell? He's in the building.
He got in the building? What? Uh-oh.
Oh, what the?
Oh yeah,
Where is he?
he's on the stairs.
Oh, God. What the heck?
And he's blocking the whole stairs up too. And there's another big dude coming too.
Alright. Damn, dude. Well, just if you could drag him out and just run back in here, you probably could. Let me see something here.
Let's see.
These guys take way too many hits, man. See, I'm wasting ammo. Like, this is probably ammo we need. I'm all down to 0 with everything. Pretty much just grab the weapons to take out the big guys. Dang it, man. I hate how strict they are with bullets here.
If I go up there, I know he's gonna try to smack me.
This one's still on the stairs?
Yep.
Alright, I'll keep the machine gun up here for you. I'm just gonna grab a shotgun so I can take him out for you. Hold on. Because
Yeah,
I hear him.
He's looking right at me now too. Oh, he's coming towards me. Wow, he just smacked me. He got stuck on a wall. Man, these walls are just...
Right. Wait, let's get you upstairs. There's a machine gun, and then there's a... I don't know what else is up there. And the handgun. I think. Machine gun right there, right? And... Oh, what? Nah, my bad, bro. I had to take out the big guys. If you want, I can give you the handgun I have. I mean, it's only got a couple bullets.
That's fine. This is good. All we gotta do is get back to the other building now.
Yeah. Alright, so pretty much everything is,
Where the heck was that?
this building here.
Yep. Gotta go through this.
Check around for like bullets and stuff.
Yeah, I checked already. There's nothing.
Nothing? This is it?
That's it. Yep.
Alright. Gee, this is a long game for free to play. Holy crap.
I know.
These enemies do be cheating, though.
Well, yeah.
Branches. Bunch of branches. Like, come on. Or at least let the melee do a little bit, be a little more effective. Like, we can't do anything. It's almost like... The hell is that?
Chainsaw, dude.
Oh, God. Being in here is probably a bad idea.
No, I don't even see where he's at either.
Nope, we have no idea. But it's a big open field. I don't have that much bullets, man. I think the game just kind of wanted to warn us like there's a chainsaw out there.
Our footsteps are so loud.
There he goes. Come on, it's gotta be bullets or something. All this open land for nothing, bro. Here it goes. Keep shooting them, bro. Keep shooting them.
I'm out of ammo.
Get the ammo, bro. Don't pause it.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Shoot him, bro.
I have no ammo. I have no stamina either. Come here. Come back here, dude.
He's getting life.
How is he regaining life?
Yep.
I can't even hit this dude. What the heck?
Yeah, bro. He is on my hiney.
That's BS that he regains health too.
Right. I'll wait for you to respawn. Hopefully you'll get something.
Yeah, now he's just camping my body. Dang, that chainsaw's loud though. Wow. Yeah, I was lighting him up though, but I ran out of ammo. Then I couldn't keep up with him. I was trying to hit him in the back.
Oh, luckily he's not moving.
Yeah. He's headbanging over here.
Right, right.
Surprised he don't hit his head on the chainsaw and cut his head out.
He's like, he's rock and roll. He's stumping his feet.
I kind of wish you could actually move the camera around when you die.
Yeah. Did you respawn?
Yep, I got a shotgun. Sweet.
You got a shotgun?
Yeah, give me a shotgun. And a pistol. Wow. Okay. Where's he at? There he is. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. There.
Pepper J, a couple more. Just keep moving. Don't stop. You gotta shoot him, Jay. You're missing. Missing all those shots. One more. Okay, stop missing. There you go.
Those last 3 shots, like, hit him. On my screen, it hit him, but... Hey.
He's wearing a, like those little like masks. So
Yeah.
which way are we supposed to go now?
Wait, oh, wait, this is...
Huh?
The guy just disappeared. I was trying to look at those masks.
Wow, that was just a boss fight. Ooh.
Yeah, what's this? Oh, what's this?
I have no bullets for nothing.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Again? Oh, I don't have the weapon ammo for this. Him on top of the enemies.
yeah, this, I got 2 bullets.
Oh, I see the city. And he's shooting. He's over here. Wow, aimbot.
Man, that dude. When he dies, he should drop his ammo.
Yeah, something, bro. There's just no fair play with this, like, ammo. Like, is that him? Or it's just a rock? Yeah, like, it's so hard, cruel, man. Look at the city. Okay.
My flashlight's not working. What the heck?
Oh, here we go. Two of them.
Wow. Oh yeah, I forgot I was respawned. Or
Wow. I'm back.
revive sucks.
Yeah, and this, like, there's no indicator showing how long it takes to revive you. Nothing. Well, we have to remember, this game was 2012, bro.
The bad thing is too is I get 30 health and I get revived, so it's better to just pretty much let your teammate die and
Right.
a lot of bullets. 30 health is nothing in this game. You can get one hit with that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got a door. Oh, we're making progress. I like how it gives me the gun in my hand, but for what? I don't have bullets. More branches, always branches.
That's what's weird. It always does that. Puts the gun in your hand and you move to another area.
Are we supposed to crawl on this?
I can guess not. It seemed like you were supposed to, but
Oh no, I guess not. You're right. Oh, there's another. Oh no, wait. We came into this door. Oh, there's another door. Don't need to go back. What the hell? Never mind. There's a. Wait, what? Am I losing it? I made it across.
what? How did you do that? Wow.
There's a scout rifle on this side.
What the heck is with this stupid tree? Wow, this tree just like rejects me every time I get onto it.
Yeah, it was rejecting me too. Just run and jump on it from the back part of it. I gotta stretch.
What the?
Did you get it?
Nope.
You got this, Jay. Come on, Jay. You got this, bro.
Man, this game is. Oh, come on. Jump on that stupid tree. There we go, finally. Wow. Double jumping, it works. Okay, so we got two guns here. Did you want the sniper rifle?
Did you get everything?
There's a sniper rifle. Did you want this one or?
Well, I have a shotgun and the AR. I mean, I'll take the sniper. Well, I know you don't really like. I'll take it. It's fine.
Yeah, I got a shotgun with 5 bullets and a pistol with nothing.
Right. Problem is, I'm wounded. Hold on, I ain't got no healing. Dang.
Yeah, I'm wounded too. Yeah, and then your guy makes so much noise too when you're wounded.
I'm gonna stay on top of this rock for a second, because if I die, we're done for. I mean, if there's anything up ahead, oh, it looks clear. I don't think the enemies can get on here, because they have to literally have to jump on here.
Wow. And another, that must be rock.
Okay. Well, alright, let's do this. So far, so clear. Big open land, be careful. We'll crawl a little bit.
The music just got louder, so.
Yeah, something's about to go down. It's getting pretty narrow too, so they really want us to go in one spot. Hey, why I got my character gotta be dying? Dead end. I guess we're just going to the wall. Or the door, I mean.
That's an easy enough area.
Looks like we got a train. Oh my god, don't look to the right.
Holy cow.
Man, Jim Bryan, I'm behind you. Don't stop.
Stamina sucks.
Oh, we're not supposed. Oh.
Oh, another one of those weapons that we can't. Yep.
Wow.
2 of them too. Wow.
I don't get it. It's an MP7. I mean, what's the whole? Well, let's get these guys towards the corner here. We have to get on a train somehow. Oh, I can't get on a train without you, bro.
And I'm down. I got trapped by that stupid big dude. There was some healing over there on that one, by that gun too. Yeah, that guy should be almost dead.
All right, bro. I think we're gonna get trapped in here, though. I'm gonna book it out the other. Freak, no stamina. All right, I got them drawn away. We have to get on the side of the train. You said you didn't want to grab the handgun that's at the end?
There's some health down there.
Yeah, I did grab one. I'm going to equip this real quick.
So there's two down there. Then I gotta go get the other one.
Yeah, there should be another health.
These guys kind of remind me of the GTFO game. Those big monsters.
Right. All right. Back this way, Jim. The other side. Right here. Jim, door! Holy crap.
Yeah, I was right there. I don't know why I wasn't doing anything, but...
Like he pooped himself. What the hell's wrong with him? Look at him. Ugh.
I know.
He sharded.
Yeah, this looks exactly like that. No.
Oh.
No ammo, what the heck? Oh, I gotta get the other gun equipped.
Oh my god. Hold on, this chair is killing me. I gotta go get me a new chair, man. Hold on. I'm just gonna deal with it up. Alright, you ready?
Yep. As ready as I can be.
Alright, let me get my sniper out. We actually have one shot. Look at that. Wow, man, this guy shakes when he aims with the sniper. Watch the window. To your left.
What the heck is that thing? Wow. He's a spitter.
Where'd you go? Oh.
It sucks having guns with no ammo.
Yeah, I know.
Where did I see it? I've seen some health somewhere. There it is. There's another syringe there. There's a syringe right there. I got a gun. I got a gun. Oh, come on, leave me alone.
I think we get clips, not ammo, so we can't reload unless we use all the bullets.
Yeah.
Alright, you ready, bro?
Yep.
Oh wow, I'm getting FPS drops here. I'm only getting 50.
Wow. Look at that map. Oh no, two. Gotta lose that aimbot. There's a shotgun. Some shotgun ammo, I guess.
Hmm?
More shotgun ammo. Oh, machine guns. One on each side.
I grabbed one. Go ahead. Press Z to change the rate of fire so you're not wasting all your bullets.
Okay, we'll have to switch it in first. There we go. I keep getting stuck on these poles.
Are we missing something here? Are we supposed to just wait for the train to stop? Oh no, this door.
There you go.
Okay. Oh god. Behind you, bro.
The delay on my end is so slow. Oh, we're getting shot at by something.
I know, and I'm running low on ammo too.
Oh, shit. Why do I keep getting stuck on everything? Wow.
Yeah,
Getting stuck in those poles.
me too. It's because the object, because the train's moving. You ready? I clear it up ahead. To the right. Where'd he go? Oh, he's there. What the hell? He was disappeared on my screen.
Wow.
Help me! Help!
Jim, you gotta stay alive, man.
I have to heal myself up. I keep forgetting about that damn thing. I use my sprays real quick because 30 health does not do anything.
That's it. I'm out of ammo.
Come on. Quiet.
There's not enough ammo in this game.
Come on, what the heck? What happened to my machine gun? What the? Wow, I pushed you, my machine gun's out there. Kept going with the wood.
You died in a bad spot, bro. They're on both sides. I got no weapon. get out of here.
Oh, now it gives me my weapon now. Shot him in the face twice and he's still alive.
We got him. Alright, I'm just scared about what's gonna happen next. We could just run straight to the door. There's no ammo on this boat or thing, like... This is crazy, dude. Oh, this one, the train...
Once in a while, but not often. Keep getting stuck on everything.
From a budge. Wait, what? What? Oh, you gotta wait for the train to stop.
Oh, it disconnected. Cool. Okay. Oh, I'm stuck. Restore, but...
Yeah, right. Hey, what's up, Queen? How are ya? Alright, so we gotta get outside. Dude, I just don't have the... I'm hoping there's ammo out here, bro.
How do we get out of here?
One door open over here.
Okay.
There's some monsters out there, too, so be careful. Oh, God. Oh, you got a new phone.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Well, how are you, Ram?
That monster have a gun?
Yep.
Oh, he did have a gun. Wait, there's a gun for you.
Oh, thanks. Thank goodness.
What the heck?
You're okay. That's good, bro. I'm happy to hear that. I hope everything's been going great for you. I'm doing fine. I had my first day. Oh, Queen, how did the first day go? Are you done with the training?
Ooh. One shot to the face.
Bum, 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 bum. Alright, let's check around for some items, bro. We're gonna need everything we can. Nothing? Nope, looks like we're going down.
And really, I'm stuck. Oh, jumping in this game. There we go.
You still have to do your CBLs. Gotcha. Okay, hey, you gotta do it sometimes. Mrs. Lulu, how are you?
Wow, two gunners.
Oh, it's not good.
Another one. You don't see it yet, which is good. Dang, you got lucky. They see me, they like shoot at me.
I know, see? One shot to the face, bro. That's all you gotta do. Shoot those bags.
Yeah, I shot that.
There's a
one, but
handgun down here. Do you have handgun bullets? Or do you...
I don't think so.
Okay. Psycho lady. What's the matter with you?
Okay, I gotta switch my gun and...
Oh, well, thank you, Lulu. I remember the good times, the old times we used to have. Definitely.
Random door.
Yeah, no problem, Queen. Well, let's get this riddle.
I guess we gotta go to the random door.
I think so. I think so.
That's a random place for a door to be.
Right?
And I keep.
Did you get disconnected?
Yep, it disconnected me again.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Let me pause this for like 1 second, Jay. And if you don't mind, go ahead and do that riddle command real quick for Queen. I'll be right back. Hold on, guys.
Okay.
Did I miss anything?
Nope.
All right, we're still alive, right?
Yep.
All right.
Barely, but we're still alive. Food. I see food.
I'm soft. I know, every day, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes life happens and there's just a lot of things you gotta do. Because honestly, I don't stream as much as I used to either. So I think we're all on the same page. I'm soft and cuddly, but what's inside me is not so cuddly. I'm a doll from a movie that has cops and kids try to kill me. Who am I? I'm soft and cuddly, but what's inside me is not so cuddly. But is there cops in Chucky? There might be. True. That's a good one, Jay. Alright, Jay, we're gonna stay alive on this one, right? Oh, wow. Your eyes actually look somewhat realistic. They don't blink, though, but for being back in the day, I give this game credit.
Yeah, it's not bad graphically.
Right, I've seen games nowadays where it's look like it's like no. Oh my god! All right, Jay, let's go, bro.
Yeah, you could even see the like police logo and everything onto it.
Right, right. I mean, like some of the texture meshes are kind of.
Like the food thing, you can't tell anything in that.
Oh, okay. How's he doing? I notice a lot of people from consoles are streaming now, like a lot. You know, hopefully things are going great.
I got it right.
Yeah, you did. Yep.
Oh, what? Oh, what?
There you go. See, at least these guys drop ammo.
Yeah, that's nice.
Wow. Go ahead and grab his ammo.
Where'd it go?
Right by here by the paper. Behind you. Right here. Was it exactly where I said it was?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's synchronized. Look at that.
Oh, there's a knife here. Okay, who needs ammo more or health more? You do. There's health right here.
Alright, Queen. He's trying to get where people can subscribe to him.
Here.
Yeah, he'll have to get affiliate. And once he gets it, he'll get that subscribe button.
Help!
It's not too hard. He should be able to get it with no problem. I think he only needs
Get over here!
about 100 followers or something. Like, it's pretty
Get over here!
not too hard. What is it? Oh, well, here, let me do this.
Okay, so you got one already. Okay. Oh, my inventory's full. Wow, cool.
Eh,
How do I'm gonna drop that thing?
that was the knife. Oh, it's quick. Oh, so we'll be just like those ladies now.
Yeah, I'm not keeping that wood thing no more. Get rid of that piece of
Right. He's close. Yeah, he'll get it. He'll get it. He'll do fine. You know what he needs to do. You know the secrets.
This way! I found something! I found something! Get over here!
What are you, a scorpion? Like, get over here. There's something here.
There's something here! There's something here!
I don't know. I kind of want to get the Mortal Kombat 11, but I don't know which game to get. I was kind of torn between those games I showed you.
Boom, 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 boom. Bro, I can't believe how long this game is. I did not expect. I saw free to play. I'm like, nah, it's gotta be short. Oh, there's more knives. You want knives?
You could dual wield them.
Oh, I could?
I think you can. You have room for them. Here's a chainsaw, dude.
Yeah.
I guess you can't dual wield those. That makes no sense. Can't pick them up, that sucks.
There's the marksman rifle thingy that you had before.
Oh, nice. How did I miss that?
Yeah, he needs to get a really good router and good internet yet.
Quit that one.
But I remember you said you had problems with the internet. I sleep in the day, but I come out at night.
What?
But I'm not a bat, but I do squeak at anything bright. However, you don't flash your light.
Okay, much better. That was close.
Get over here! Get over here! Get over here!
I think I'm full.
You're full?
I think. Well, I mean, I could reload, but I won't do it unless you're full too.
Okay, I'll just take it then.
Yeah.
I have one clip. I think you could have like 3 clips.
All right, we're gonna have a guy in the bed. Oh, watch out! Oh God, bro, you almost got me killed. A vampire. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get internet problems too sometimes. Yeah, just buy a nice router, just keep complaining at them. Honestly, new internet's around the corner for a lot of the companies.
Wow. I'm down.
Jay, we talked about this. Remember, keep your head up and your ass down, bro. Come on, man. A vampire? Nope. I sleep in the day, but come out at nights. I'm not a bat, but I squeak at anything bright. That's a lot of them, though. Like, I know when I go to the zoo, there's always, like, those animals that don't like light.
Oh, there's one on this side, too. Wow, okay.
Yeah. Poor Lulu. Like, you know when you live in certain areas and you're just like, especially if you're like in the boondocks or like out in the middle of nowhere. What was the issue here, Jay?
I was hitting him, but it wasn't killing him.
I'm just messing with you, bro. Yeah. Oh, Jay, we talked about this, bro. I'm telling you. You okay?
He one-shot you. I had 30 health, though. So one bullet from those guns takes 30 health off.
Did you reload? Or do you have full clips?
I have just one.
Go ahead and grab another one. I want to make sure we don't run out. I'm not reloading no more because I got a habit of reloading.
Yeah, and then you lose bullets. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, chainsaw. Okay, hold on. First of all, chainsaw is gonna wreck us. I don't have any strong weapons. Okay, you might want to get your marksman rifle ready.
I'm out of bullet.
But you just grabbed it.
I know. I got pistol, that's all I got.
Well, get ready because... Dang it. Well, we got a long hallway to run backwards.
He's right here in one of these doors, I think. What am I hearing?
That was me.
I heard a grunt though.
I sleep in the day.
I found him. I found him.
Oh. You got him?
Yep.
Woo!
Dang.
This guy's crazy, yo.
He is.
Man.
Took one whole clip of 15, 16 balls to kill him.
Give me 1 second. Let me read this one more time. I sleep in the day. He comes out at night. I'm not a bat, but I do squeak at anything bright. So whatever you don't flash your light at. So whatever you do, don't flash your light at me, or I'll run up and strike. But remember, I don't live in a zoo, so you're able to visit me at night. It gives me a chance to strike. A raccoon?
I'm not gonna guess.
A skunk? Raccoon? Right, that's tough, yeah. Well, at least that guy is taken out. Oh god. Well, get ready, Jay.
Oh, what the? So now they move too, okay.
Yeah, they moved too. Yeah, that's why they got scissors on them. Try to guess. Right. Look at Jay. Jay's like, I'm an expert. I know it all. Why do we have toilet as advertisement with question marks?
Oh, wow.
You know, the things in video games are just, they amaze me.
We have another chainsaw dude.
The mod team.
What? Okay.
The best cure to depression.
What is that?
Intimidated by... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Where is that? I hear a dog.
Dog?
You hear that? Like...
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that. Where the heck is it at? Dang it.
You okay?
Yeah. He did get me one time though.
There's ammo here on the ground.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, we're good. Not a sneaky snake? What do you got? 22 health? Careful, there's a bed up top. Jay, what the hell? What happened to you?
I'm just low health.
These guys don't drop anything.
Yeah, I wish they would.
Nah, not yet. Okay, so something at night that only comes out at night. Wait, what? Right, possum. Hey, that's actually a good one. Yeah, you know when you come out with a flashlight in the middle of the night, something's at the trash can. You're like, what the hell is that? Ooh. We got 4 of these guns.
Oh, that's that one weird pistol thingy.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I need some ammo for that gun anyway, so.
It's a who, not a what. Oh. Huh. Is it the Who's from Whoville? Or in here's a Who? No, I'm just playing. Oh my god, Jay. Oh, I think I just crashed, bro.
Oh no.
What level were we on?
Yeah, I can't move either. I'm stuck.
Oh, I don't remember where we were. We're not gonna have any of that. Come on, man.
Yeah, I
Really?
think we're on level 11 or chapter 11.
Yeah, we're definitely chapter 11 because I think that's when the train started. Hmm. Not Dracula. Wow. Hmm. Not a bat.
Oh no, let me an L because it's gonna.
Right. Okay, hold on. Let me host random map. Oh my god, bro. How do I know what story mission we were on? It only says okay, okay, so it says Cry of Fear Campaign 1 Part 2, 1 Part 3, 1 Part 4, Manhunt Campaign, Suicide 2, Suicide 3, Suicide 4. Let me just do Suicide 3 as just a test.
I think those are different modes that you could do. That sounds dangerous. Suicide 3, Suicide 2.
Oh, don't tell me that.
If we have to start over, I'm done.
Wow.
The bad thing was I was still in the game, but then it
All
just
right, I'll do Campaign 1 Part 4, so let's see what happens.
I need to change my keybind for Discord so it doesn't keep toggle mute all the time.
This is a whole new area. The hell?
Okay, where is it?
Did we do this? Oh. Okay, we don't want to do this one.
We skipped a part. We skipped ahead of time. How many chapters are in this game? What the heck?
Alright, so I guess we're gonna be on this one. Right, try now. Oh, we're back on the train.
No, don't tell me.
Oh, man.
It says 8 chapters, we're on chapter 12. How is that possible?
I don't know what those other ones are. I think those are probably like survival waves. But yeah, this one's 3 and the next one's 12. So that means that we're almost done. But how do we do all them levels?
Yeah, I don't know, because even when I look it up, it says there's more. Uh-oh. Of course, it gives me a weapon with no ammo, yeah. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, man. I mean, this is not that far, but it is kind of far.
Yeah. It took us back out quite a ways.
Hey, man. No save function. Like, come on.
We gotta go through, what, like 6 cars in this thing, or 7 cars?
Oh, my God.
With limited ammo. Got 3 shotgun bullets and a full clip-on pistol.
Might as well do it, bro. Let's just get it done.
You
We'll try. We could. Yeah. Oh my god, man. Like these guys, we could probably just. We're gonna have to like crawl past. Seriously?
What the heck?
What happened, Jim?
I was at the door. What happened? Wow.
Jim?
Why does my flashlight keep turning off?
Every time you die. Oh, don't forget the machine gun on the ground. Jim! You're gonna get me killed, bro. I'm trying to grab you.
So they can't-
I could tell you don't really do speed runs too much.
Oh man, dang it. Nope.
Yeah, sometimes I speed run through games and I study the AI sometimes because I'm just very observant like that.
Come on, get off me. Dang it. He just aimbotted me. If I can attack you, they attack me only.
Come on, man. I tried to revive you, bro. Like, I should have waited. Man, I wanted to heal, but... Oh, man, I'm impatient. Like, come on. Where's Stardust? Here? We're by the door? No, we're by this lady again.
Wow, I just wasted a shotgun. Still.
Oh. Problem is, if we speed, we're not gonna be able to grab the items that's on the ground.
Yeah. And we kind of need those items.
Yeah, I think we give up, Queen. That's a good one, though. Maybe Thomas will know.
Yeah, no melee thing now either, so.
Yeah. Look at that. 2 shotgun bullets to your face, dude. Come on, get out. I just feel like the damage is just inaccurate.
It is.
Oh, Jim, you just triggered her.
Ow, I'm getting hit still.
Okay, alright. Ready?
Dang it.
Wow.
Stop to pick up the...
I know, that's why I said running through is not the problem. It's wanting to get the weapons is the problem.
Yeah, especially when you need the ammo. You need to pick that weapon up to get the ammo. That delay kills you. Dang, what the heck, really?
Oh, my melee button, everything's reset? Oh, come on. Wow. I don't like that. Like, I can't do anything. The game is free, so it is what it is. What are you gonna do? You didn't buy it.
Yeah, I hate when you have to.
But if this was a Tay title, I'd be mad.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't like that. It doesn't save my configuration for that, bro. I'll just start a new game again. Why not? Cause we're right back where we started.
Yeah. And then of course you have to, every time you die or you get hurt or you have to respawn, you have to reset all your weapons to what slot you want them at. The quick slot. That's so annoying.
Game is buggy. I'm stuck at the whatever screen. I'm just gonna force close. I ain't got patience for this. Come on. Thank you. It crashed. Block type is valid. P head in block use.
What?
Just force close the damn thing. Come on, man. I hate games like this that do that. Like, no, that's unacceptable. Nah, I gotta go on Task Manager and freaking close it because it doesn't want to do it. Doesn't let me do it. It's a lot of work.
Oh yeah, I hate when a game completely like freezes up and the only way to get it closed is Task Manager.
Man, I just hate repeating, man. Like, it was fine. We were doing just fine. Granted, we had to restart, but this crash and then I get punished for it? Like, it ain't my problem. The developer's fault, not me.
Yeah.
Like, why am I punished for something they screwed up in? Like, dang.
What happens if you load game? Nope, there ain't no saved games. Maybe try that on your end. Load game.
Yeah, let me see if I can get past the Cry of Fear screen.
Because I won't have a load game on mine because, yeah, I wasn't the leader.
Nah, there's no save. I think that's only for single player.
Yeah, it's like...
I go back into options. Every time we have to do this, so what's the point of applying it? So what was it? Primary attack, secondary attack.
Yeah, it's not a bad game, but some of the stuff that they did is just infuriating.
Have a good night, Queen. You too. Thank you. Right, you did a really good one, though. You did a really good one.
Single player, but...
Why?
Did you change the brightness on your game?
Why, is it dark?
It's really bright compared to mine.
Oh, that's, yeah, on the stream it's bright. Not for me, though.
my game all the way up.
Right. Well, this area is pretty well lit too.
For me, it's pretty dark.
Yeah. No, me too. Me too. I can barely see the lady across the train right now.
Yeah, same. When I'm in there.
But I'm looking at OBS and it does look like it's daytime. I have it set like that because sometimes if it's too dark, the platforms you're streaming on will think you're not playing the game, and then it like kicks you off, which is insane. You know. Oh gosh.
Yeah, wow, that didn't even help at all.
She's down and out. All right, let's just go easy. We'll give it a try one more time. If not, I quit. Damn, dude, how many bullets do you need to the face, man? I hate that. It's annoying. All right, hold on. I don't want to waste my ammo on those guys, but man, they spam like blood spits at us and stuff. Yeah, the game is very crazy, Thomas, and it's actually driving me crazy. Like, I was having a good time with it until just now.
Yeah.
The game decided to crash and just ruined it. Just really killed the experience. Like, already the game had its own issues, and that crash killed it. I'm gonna waste all my ammo on this guy. Wow. That's crazy, man.
Even in a multiplayer mode, it should have save states somewhere.
Right, right. Hey, Red Wolf, how are you? And thank you, Lulu, so much for hanging out, by the way. I hope everything's been going great for you, and hopefully, good luck with your son with everything. Hopefully, everything works out. All right, we're gonna move in slowly, bro. You ready? You ready for this, man? She's dead. I don't really want to use shotgun on these guys. I don't have no handgun bullets. See, earlier we did fine because I had all them bullets from when we wow, 2 shotguns to the face, 3. I'm done. That's too much shotgun bullets, man. Like, see, this game wants you to waste ammo. Like, it's there's 2 pens here on the ground. Oh God. I'm just gonna go ahead and use one. Screw it, whatever. Oh, I can't grab it? Oh, that's an actual pen. Oh, wow. That tells you how much my eyes are there. Here he is. Good job.
That took 2 shots. That was
That's
weird.
good. I'm glad to see you doing good. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. That would be great. Game? Yeah, we're playing Cry of Fear. Drums. Thank you.
I have 1 bullet left, so.
Did I ever get that issue fixed with Sea of Thieves? I don't think there's an issue anymore. Well, what's wrong with it? Alright. Did you grab the machine gun? You got it. Okay. Alright, let's go nice and easy. Wow, man, I can't melee him? Like, how close do I need to be?
Right in front of him, pretty much.
Wow.
Damn.
Melee is useless. See, if you don't have the bullets, you can't melee. What the hell do you want me to do? Literally smack this guy, and for what? For no reason, because nothing we could do.
I don't like this train. I keep getting stuck on everything, even though I'm not even standing in front of anything or near anything. Okay, I need to use my...
Wow, nice shot. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I played CT sometimes offline, and I've done a little bit like on the phone. I haven't really been playing it much anymore, too much really though, to be honest. Like because CTs is like so long, like I just haven't really had the long time to do it. Especially when you get out with somebody and you gotta at least know you have a few hours. I usually just go and do a couple voyages or something. I've been kind of lazy trying to turn the sails and stern the wheel and worry about getting into a fight, and I don't know. It's still a fun game though. I do enjoy it though. I still play it, just not as much.
There's a pistol right there.
Pistol?
Yep.
Pistol?
Pistol right there.
Oh, okay. Let me reload real quick. All right, Jim. Let's go nice and easy. Let's beat this. I think we can do this, bro. Much you're right. Door behind you is open. Maybe we could just chill here until we get to the stop. What do you think? No?
We could try.
What about you, Captain Werewolf? How's CFT's going for you, though? Like, they've done some massive updates.
Type of game that won't let you do that.
Right. Very true, very true.
Getting stuck in everything.
Those are like Michael Myers guys coming up. Before I had snipers to take these guys out, it was so much easier.
So I can't shoot through the window. Okay. That works. Well.
Yep, I'm out of ammo.
That's awesome. Me too. Can I go through the door? Thank you very much. Ow.
If anybody needs Xbox Live, Family Dollar has 3 months for $10 till March 6th. Really? You sure that's everywhere? I might have to look into that. That's not bad. Because I know I usually get 3 months for like, what, 12 bucks? Usually with the digital. 40 for a year? Yeah, that's not bad. Woo!
Yeah, mine expired because I had that other bill,
Oh.
and mine just recently expired.
I think the end of the door is actually the, let's say we're done. Yay! But this part, we're gonna get more handgun bullets anyway, so... Let's be ready. Yes, every state? Alright, appreciate the tip.
Okay, and I kick me from the servers.
They kicked you?
Yep, kick me here. We'll go back.
Jeez. Oh, I got no heals. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There you go, Jim.
Nice place for a
That was actually a really good tip from Lulu, though. I think you're gonna make a lot of Xbox gamers very happy with that. Man, that's not bad. No, it's just right by Family Dollar.
Okay.
Man, you know one of the biggest things I hate shopping for?
What?
Shoes.
Oh yeah.
I hate shopping for shoes. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I'll look like what I have, and then I'm like, okay, and then what I would wear, and then I'm like, I always get like a few pairs. One for like, you know, I usually get like 2 for just casual, or more. If I get like a deals, like if I find good ones like on clearance, buy one get one or whatever, I'll just mix and match whatever. And then you know, on special occasions I wear certain ones. But it's like, shoes are expensive. And to be honest with you, you ever like sit there and grab an expensive pair of shoes, look at it, and when you look at it, and you could tell like some of the places where they don't stitch and glue it right, and you're like, you're about to make me pay $100 on this?
Yeah, well, some that's not even that good quality.
There's no warranty on shoes, you know what I'm saying? Like, it goes bad, you're done. That's it. It's not like Best Buy or something where you can get a 2-year warranty. Say, hey, my shoe's broke, fix it. You know?
Yeah, that's what sucks.
I don't understand the way shoes is so ridiculously priced. Like,
And if you buy shoes at like a Walmart or something like that, you get like poor quality shoes that last for.
yeah. Well, what I've noticed though is, oh, you're dead.
And they say that they're good quality with their starters or something like that, but they still suck. What happened? Did he just?
No, I shot him.
That was weird. On my screen, you were still reviving me, and all of a sudden his head just like exploded.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was like, whoa, he just randomly just blew up.
Oh, they don't expire. Yeah, there you go. See, that's the thing. Maybe I just don't like doing it. I get impatient, man, because I'll go through shoe aisles and I'm going up and down. I can't make up my mind. I'm going crazy. I start getting frustrated, and then I'm like, freaking, man, I'm just going with these. Dang, Jim. Up on the stair right here.
I got stuck in that stupid.
I got one hit, bro, and I'm dead. You gotta go in front. Oh, you're not too good either.
Okay, we're good.
Oh, careful, because this one the girl's gonna like. Right. Oh yeah, when you're a kid, you get lots of pairs because they go through shoes like no tomorrow. I mean, their kids are gonna be jumping around and stuff and tearing them up. That's just what kids do, though. And believe it or not, I like kid shoes. Kid shoes are so much cheaper than guy shoes. Guy shoes, forget it.
I know, and
I think our cheapest you're gonna get is like $60, I think, and then it goes up depending on the style and the brand.
and around here we used to have Walmart and Payless, and you know Payless used to be cheaper until
We don't even have Payless anymore. Ours is shut down.
yeah, ours shut down too. But at the end of this thing would have shut down. They were going up to like 50% off shoes. They were still like $40 or $50 for a pair of shoes.
Yeah.
50% off. Like, come on, really? They're pay less?
Well, the one thing I noticed about like shoes like Payless or Walmart, whatever. I mean, shoes are shoes no matter what. But the only thing I noticed was probably comfort. Like you're probably gonna have to get like little gels to put in there.
Yep.
Usually they don't come with the best padding, but yeah, like you said, quality wise, I remember like for work shoes at one point, I remember buying something like that, and it did its job. It was good. I mean, you know, I wouldn't go out like that, but saves you money. Why would I want to spend $200 on work shoes when it's gonna like poop itself anyway? You know, or unless the job pays for it. I like the jobs that compensate you for it. Those are good.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Find those jobs.
yeah, if you find those jobs, exactly. Some of them will be like, hey, here's your money, go buy yourself the uniforms, whatever, that's cool.
And then there's other jobs like
Shoe show? Yeah, we don't have that in my area. Shoes is high? Yeah, I know. See, Thomas knows. Guys, man, it's the guys. Like, guy prices are insane. Our shoes should be no tax. Oh, gosh.
Wow. At least they can't kill you while you're respawning. That's good.
Come on, Jim. What are you doing, bro?
Okay, you're all dead.
Alright, I'm gonna reload my pistol. Are you good?
Yeah, there's some health over here too, by the way.
Alright, I'm gonna grab this so I can have. Okay, so I got full rounds of I'm not gonna grab that knife. I think that knife crashed my game. Don't grab it. Because when I try to drop the knife, that's when I crashed.
Oh, yeah, that could be.
Shoe show. Yeah, I don't have shoe show. Yeah, I don't know. Shoe
we
show.
have like
We have shoe.
one other-
We have like shoe depot or something.
we have one other shoe place, and I was looking at their. One time we went there just to look at some Crocs. Wow. They're
Jay, you all right?
$60 for a pair of Crocs. I was like, yeah, I'm not even gonna look at the shoes. If their Crocs are $60.
Something you're gonna wear in the house with pajamas. But no, some people wear them for comfort. A lot of like nurses and stuff wear those in the medical field. They're very comfortable.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I know.
I tried them on before. They're like hard as a rock. Like I could put some brick on my feet and actually be more comfortable than wearing a pair of Crocs.
All right, here's the gun you had last time.
Switches up here.
Okay, we're almost back to where we left off, Jim. We got this, but let's go nice and easy. Let's not rush it. Let's keep on the revise. Don't forget, we also have force response if need be. Okay.
Okay. And let's not die.
All right, I'm going down the escalator. Welcome to the escalator. Welcome to the escalator.
The escalator that takes me right back up. I'm going up here.
I guess I'm just gonna see you later because I'm going down the escalator.
I'm going up.
All right, nice and easy, bro. Nice and easy. We pulled this off last time pretty well. Let me see how I look on bullets here. Not too shabby. I'm gonna stick with the pistol.
We're
I
doing
don't-
good on bullets right now in this area.
Yeah, we don't get much bullets though in this area, so be careful. This is where you, yeah, this is where you usually get blasted, and I just revive you. And oh, the beds.
Yeah, the stupid beds.
These guys are annoying.
Ow. Okay, well, that hit me even though I was clear around the corner.
Okay, let's see it. Did you not heal?
No, I didn't have one. Oh, no. Ow, ow, ow. Why it's gotta pick on me for?
Hey, Jim, what did you do, bro?
Made that dude mad. He didn't like that.
Grab his pistol clip. Do you need it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got no clips.
Now you got 3. You got none?
I had that at the time.
Alright, we gotta shoot him in the head where it counts.
Okay. So let's try this good. I can't see it. There we go. Never mind. Sit
Dude,
down.
I shot his head off. This is better the crossfire. I mean, like, just use. Don't even zoom down sight, bro. Actually, oh, Chainsaw Man. He's coming. He's coming. Let's get ready. I don't even have my weapons ready. We can't stick too close, bro, in case we need to revive.
Wow. Okay. He's dead and I'm down.
Got you, Jay. You know, I'm used to reviving you by now.
I always get too close to the bad guys.
He almost had me, bro. Like, he should drop something. The amount of ammo it takes to take this dude out.
Yeah.
It's pretty absurd that he doesn't drop a thing. Like, why?
Okay, so that's where he came in, so we don't want to go that way.
All right, I know there's gonna be handgun bullets on here on the ground, so you might as well go down this track where I shot this guy, right here. Are you on a small monitor screen?
No, on the big one.
Oh, I was gonna say, you know, you miss a lot of things a lot of times. Yep, you got it. Okay.
Yep.
All right, and what's in the center here? Anything good? There's doors. Nope, won't budge.
Stupid flashlight. I hate the little circle area.
Remember the toilet ads?
Yep.
Get your toilet out with the built-in bidet. Don't you want to be able to wipe your cheeks nice and smoothly, or would you like to keep it hard and dry, crumbly? No, you don't. That's right. So get in order today and wipe away. Get it now while supplies last. But often may vary depending on the location. All right, you ready? Huh?
We gotta go this. Oh yeah, this way.
Yep, this way. Okay, this is where it can get kind of dangerous though. So let's be careful. Anything around here? Jim crouches. He looks up. He's like,
There's gotta be something up there.
So far, so good. So far, so good. Watch the right. All right, Jay. Stay to the right. Oh, gosh.
Holy cow. No. Reload.
Yeah, just lead him to me. Okay, he's down.
The auto reload sucks. Should have auto reload.
It does suck.
Most games I ever play, you've always got the automatic reload, so you get used to that. It's like, who do you get a gun that does it? I'm like, oh. Let's switch this to that.
We need to find some help.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I don't know what's up here, so let's be careful. So far, it looks clear. All right, there's some things down this side. Yeah. Oh, they're coming up. Right in the base. All right, Jim, let's go down. Oh, wait, one's coming up. One's coming up. She's down. She's down. Don't waste your bullets. Oh, the guy in the bed to your left.
level 2. Okay, good range.
This handgun's not bad. It's just, dude. I think I need a new light bulb.
Okay, well, I need to switch guns because that gun doesn't have much ammo.
Alright, give me 1 second. He needs right, Thomas? I do. I really do. See, I think about you guys before myself. Before I cut my hair, I get stuff for the stream first. There's a lot I can do with my long hair. Instead of buying a new mop, I just use my head. Are you ready? She's down. Aha, got her. I heard her too. Oh. Okay, she's down and out.
He's a little sneaky there.
Yeah. The door is locked where she was covering too. Looks like we're going back down. No. Ooh, she almost got me. You okay?
Yeah, she can walk through that thing, but we can't. Oh, what? Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That explains it, right?
That makes sense. Makes a ton of sense. So we can go through the other ones, but we can go through that one. And now what do we do? This one?
It's a-
Oh, right
it's a-
here.
Right here. Ah, okay. Okay. Wait, what? Why am I
It
bare?
would have been so much better if it would have had prompts. Like, oh, right here. Go here. And I got kicked into the server again. Yeah.
No. Oh no. We got this, bro.
Like games today, you go to a door, they'll have press E to interact.
Yeah, well, you know what though, too. Back in the day, though, that wasn't so much a thing. Like, I mean, well, in this era, they were. I just the person who made the game just didn't go about with it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, some companies did it, but a lot of the, the lower.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for you to join before I continue on.
But I think it's more popular nowadays than it was back then, because
Right.
everybody has to have that little helper.
Yeah. Well, that's why campaign games are not as long as they used to be. Now people just beat games in like a matter of less than a day, like 20 hours, because the game is pretty straightforward. It tells you what to do.
Yeah, pretty much it's like, okay, do this, do that, and
Right. Absolutely. All right. Well, let's keep the momentum going here, and let's head up top to the streets. Oh, we're in the streets, dude. Oh. I don't want to go that way yet. Or do we go this way? No, it's locked. There's a car there though. Across the street. I feel like we're gonna get ganked.
Yeah, just this hallway seems suspicious. He does.
Thomas is trying. He's trying to do the commands.
Oh.
Yeah, we're clear. Okay, so what do we have here? We have Westbrook Gardens and then Preston Road. Which way did you want to go, Jay?
There's a door right here.
Okay.
Is that good that we got to? Was that good?
Oh, that was the one you had. That's you.
If you want to go ahead. That gun's pretty good. I just need some health.
Oh, won't budge.
Guess we can go now. Oh no.
Watch inside the inside the. Seriously. Got a gun on him too.
Really? Can't shoot him? So we can't shoot him through glass. That's
Right. Handgun bullets to the ground.
I'm full. It's a different gun. Oh, there's a big dude over there. I don't know if can you pick up another weapon?
Yeah.
Because this is a different weapon. It's not the same one we have. I can't pick it up.
Oh, it's a P345.
Yeah, and we got the Glock.
Oh yeah.
So how do we get over here? Ooh.
Oh, I think this one right here is open. Alright. So we're just gonna have the big guys here. Oh boy. Thomas, what? I'm just trying to get on the giveaway that nobody knows about yet.
Oh. He's trying to cheat already?
Right?
Dude, this gun has some reflex. Wow.
No, right.
One shot of like buck straight up. Ooh.
Here's a health.
Okay, I gotta drop something.
Winner! Winner! Man, I remember playing that game with the little tiny worms or whatever. Every time you won with them, like, we are the winners!
Oh, the worms and the
Yeah!
yeah, that game was awesome. That is a fun game to play. I miss playing that game.
Very true. Yes. Right. Yeah. Not right now, though. We did one not too long ago, but we'll be doing another one again soon, guys. It's a pretty nice looking building. I'm gonna save this gun. This gun does damage, dude.
It does.
Alright, I'm gonna go shotgun, maybe. Yeah, one bullet. Let me just use it up. Door on the left don't work. Oh! Okay, there's handgun bullets on the ground.
Guess we gotta go that way. Okay, which handgun? Good, that's what I need. Okay, we got up or we got down?
Which way did you want to go?
I don't see nothing down.
Nothing down? Let's take a look.
Let me
There
see.
are rooms down there. I'm gonna take a glimpse out top. There's a chainsaw up there.
Okay, let's go down then.
Yep. Behind you, bro. Downstairs.
That dude's working.
Yeah, we're hanging out. Right? Pants to the end. Yeah, he look at it. He's showing it how it's done.
He's getting it on. He's dancing like crazy. Is that how he died?
I don't know. He sees us though. Look. He knows we're here. I think he's just having a seizure.
Looks like it.
He looks like he's about to swing any second. I don't know. What's he doing on your screen?
He's twerking like crazy.
Did you run out of bullets?
And my machine gun. His head's like bobbing all over the place. His legs are going up and down. His arms swinging all over the place.
Right. Make sure he doesn't kill me. Hold on.
Yeah, easy to do the exact same thing.
I don't want him to like murder me in the face. I think Thomas's fart made him. He's gasping for air. He's like, please help me.
He died from.
Oh!
Okay.
Jay! What you do to him, bro? Man, we were just hanging out, man. We were bros.
I activated him somehow. You walk past him and he does nothing to you, but I walk up to him and he's like, oh, I'm gonna kill this dude.
There's one of these pistols.
Ooh. Oh man. Why does that give us that now? I will drop this.
It does look very funny, Lulu. Yes. Yes, it does. It really does indeed.
Like,
Oh,
so much-
is there ammo for that one? I'll take the ammo. Alright, let's go.
then I got 2 OP.
Bum 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 bum.
There's a guy down this hallway too.
The side's empty. He's upstairs. Yep.
Yep, we got a hallway here to go through.
Nope, he's in there. Move, 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 move.
Oh, no, 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 I'm stuck.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
He's near me. No, he's still stuck in the hallway there.
I'm gonna switch to that good gun real quick. Dude, hold on. Try not to block me because I get stuck. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna stay on these steps over here.
He's coming. He's coming. Ooh, in my face.
Dang,
Okay, I can't just grab his chainsaw and just swing it around.
I know. That'd be awesome. Nothing this way.
Alright, so he was definitely blocking something. All blocked doors.
Why can't I? Like trapped, I couldn't get through the
Oh,
door.
I just got double teamed. What the hell? Oh, why am I getting like frame drop here? What the hell? What's in this area, bro? That's making me drop frames.
I don't know, but I got stuck on that door. I couldn't even get through the doorway.
Yeah, like I'm like skipping frames like a son of a gun.
Well, even your ping just went up quite a little bit too. And your ping should be going up when you're hosting. I just seen your ping jump up like.
Okay, now we're looking good. It's right here in this area. It's like something in this map. No, actually, now it's moving good. What the hell? It might be Hamachi. Okay.
Could be. Yeah, I think it just spiked because I seen my ping just jump up and yours did too. So.
Yeah, you shouldn't really see my ping jump.
Yeah, and yours did. It jumped
It's
up like
weird.
20.
Wow.
I was like, you're hosting, and your ping just went. So my ping just went shot up to like 140 or something.
Man, this is a long game. Look, here goes the donator guns again. Wow.
Wow, again, really?
I don't get the point of it. Like, you only get it so many times throughout the game.
Yeah, like 3 times. If it was a donator gun, you think it'd be like all over the place, everywhere.
But you know what though? It's probably like not like a big donation requirement. It's probably just like whatever amount you put. Which way do we want to go?
Give him $1 to do. Oh yeah, you can have this gun now.
There's a big guy this way. Hold on, let me check over here. There was 2 ways to go. Big guy.
Big guy. The dead end.
You can't pass this part.
Dang.
Oh,
So,
what was he blocking over here? Ooh. Oh, there's your Magnum pistols here. I'll let you take those. I'll just take the shotgun. That way you should have how many revolvers?
Let's see, I have 5. So I got 2 pistols, I got and 2 revolvers, so can I double wield them? Let's see. No, I can't. Wow.
No, so what's the whole point of dual wheel when nothing can dual wheel? Okay.
That's dumb.
Yep. Oh, we came over here for a shotgun and 2 pistols, I guess. And here comes the big man. It's like he pooped himself, man.
You go and just follow me too. Okay, this dude's gonna follow me to.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, he's not giving up on me.
Wow.
Where did you go? Oh, no, don't go that way. Okay, I lost you.
I just went the other way.
Did you see 2 big guys? Oh, you were that way.
Yeah. Is there anything the other way? No? Or you can come this way if you want. Just be careful.
Machine gun here. Okay. Got a machine gun out of that, so that's not bad.
Right.
How'd you get over there, though?
Well, they were both facing opposite ways, and I just ran past the one. They're so focused on me, you should be able to just run right up the stairs. Yeah, there you go.
Now they're gonna follow us.
Ooh. Oh, we got a door. We going in?
How much longer is this game?
Oh, here's the chapter 14.
Man, it disconnected me again.
Almost done with the game, bro. We're in the final chapters.
I hope so.
Oh, we are. You know what I realized? This is a huge router. It's taking up a lot of space.
Okay, I gotta switch guns.
You back? There you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Got the 12 close to the. Wait, what?
There we go.
Wait, there's a hammer here if you want it.
A hammer. I got 1 space left.
You got 1 space left?
Yep.
Okay, so you didn't disconnect then, right?
Nope, didn't disconnect. I just.
Thank goodness.
It kicked me from this server, that's it.
Son of a gun. Uh-oh, we got some caution tapes up here. Come on, he's right in front of you. You got him. Come on, Jay. There you go. I got you.
Hit 3 times.
Oh!
Wow. Came out of nowhere.
Wow, dude, seriously? My gun in his shoe. Come on. Now I lost all that. Oh, that's so dumb. I swear to gosh. That was cheap, dude.
That was.
Now I got a knife and an MC. Oh my god. I had all that saved up for what? I'm glad this is the final chapter. I want this done. I don't mind the game. I just don't like the mechanics. I don't like their progression system. Is really terrible. All right. Well, which one you want? Shotgun or the handgun?
It don't matter, whichever.
I know you hate this handgun. I'll go ahead and use it. Go ahead and take the shotgun. Let's rearrange our weapons. Man, this sucks, man.
Yeah, I don't like how you have to rearrange your weapons all the
Stupid.
time, too.
Well, now we know he's gonna chase us. I think we're just supposed to book it. Oh, we do got a melee weapon now, so hold on. Let me. Yeah, see the bullets. He's gonna chase us. Yep, run. Oh, he is on my hiney. Run, run, Jay! I can't move.
Stand down. He's gonna get me. That's stamina. And he's just sitting over my body. And the stamina of the game only lasts for what, a half a second?
Right.
I died because of the stamina.
Yeah. The heck, I get here and then that's it? I don't know where to go.
And I gotta go all the way back to this whole area. Are they bringing that case back again? Wow.
You okay?
Yeah.
That music sounds pretty intense. Oh, you're fighting him?
Yep.
Oh, you're kicking his butt.
I'm down to half health though. I'll just come back and finish him off.
Yeah, right. I might as well just wait.
It was funny though, I shot him in the back, he ran towards the other enemy and killed the enemy.
Wow.
So I don't have to kill that thing now. He chopped the thing's head off.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully they give me a good gun this time. They gave me a machine gun, but... It's weird how it's like randomized with the weapons too.
Right. That's crazy.
Sometimes you get a pistol, next time you get a shotgun, next time you get a machine gun.
got him?
Yep, he's dead.
So as soon as you killed him, this board just opened where I'm at. Wow. So we had to kill him. Okay, so you didn't have a choice.
And there was no way I was gonna get past me. He was blocking the doorway.
Yeah, right here it was barricaded, and I had all the guys were like on to me. I was like, oh.
You're still in that light. Wow.
Yeah, it's stuff I like to do in games. Ah.
Almost made it.
Yeah, I tried. Oh shit, hell. You got this, Jay. Oh. You hit one light. Jay!
I got rejected by the wall.
Okay. Get the left and we got the right.
Okay, I'm gonna look on the corner real quick here.
Okay.
Nothing.
Shotgun. Don't you got a shotgun?
Nope.
Alright, go ahead. I know you just respawned. You can grab it.
Oh, I hate this whole stupid.
Okay, looks like we got a door to go to. Or a doorway. 25. There you go first. You got full health. I'm about to die. This is spooky, man. Oh, why does he want me?
He ran right past me.
Whoa, he said, give me the weakling. Dang, Jay. Man, they're really guarding this apartment. What's in here?
There's some weapons in here.
What is this? Doesn't tell you what bullets they are. I think these are AR. About VP-70. No, it's actually the handgun I'm using. Yeah, you don't want those.
There's that weird pistol there.
Yep, that's the one that had, the ammo was for. Okay, let's get out of here. Boom, 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 boom.
Really? A shotgun to the face and it didn't die? Okay.
Right.
Ooh.
Shotgun again. There you go. Keep it up. Oh! Jay, you're supposed to watch my back, bro.
I did. I shot him right in the boys. Nothing here.
Get a cola. Wait, that actually says Coca-Cola? Oh, copyright. Ooh.
In trouble.
Yup. Coca-Cola.
Wow. Maybe they got a sponsor.
Yeah, right. Yeah, maybe. Because I know even Resident Evil, if you play Resident Evil 2, the original machines were it was like like the Coca-Cola, pretty much, like the color and everything, and then they changed it to like a blue cola, just to prevent copy. Or no, they completely removed the it was a blue cola machine, my bad, and then they completely removed it and put like some random vending machine.
Oh, wow.
Coming up. Damn, nice to the face.
Caught me by surprise a little bit too.
Right.
Die. Wow. There's one of those weird guns again.
I hate that you can only hold so much bullets. That's a little trick to keep you not to have too many.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yep.
Oh, do we have to really climb?
Behind us.
Oh, there it is. Oh, we got one of those puzzle things too. Really?
Come on, Jay, you got this, bro.
Why?
One step at a time.
Wow, this thing is so weird to...
It is a bit wonky. Ooh, sniper? Hunting rifle? All generous. Oh, pinhead, I just didn't. Oh, okay.
And I lost connection again.
Oh, you did?
Yep, I'm back now. Every time we actually loaded the thing now, I get kicked.
The heck are we now?
3 bullets.
Oh, there's a bunch of creatures coming.
Well, that's pretty good.
No, it does pretty good. You just gotta aim it right. You scared me. Man, my health. I gotta look for health, bro. Tires off the ground? What the hell?
Yeah, they are. Hey. Okay.
Oh. How do I back out of this? This is a puzzle, bro. I see the statues here. Yep. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 statues.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so... How do you back out of this thing?
Oh, you gotta click like where the top box is, the logo.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
Wow, this game took us almost 7 hours, bro. But you know what though? I like taking my time in games. I don't rush. You know what I'm saying? Like we could have probably speed rushed this. I mean, but all good.
Yeah, we probably could have. Okay, there's some stuff here. Has a little
A horse statue. The horse statue needs to go to the...
Here's the information that we have to have right here.
Let's go. Let's go. Get over here.
Here's the owl.
There's something here. There's something here. There's something here. There's something here.
Okay. Silently she flew quiet as a whisper in the dark. She came upon a river and headed south. The king of all birds flew higher than the owl, gloating as he went. Four-legged carnivore sneaked side by side to his prey, ready to strike whenever a movement was made. The equestrian beast didn't want her sleep to come, so she fled to the west uncalmed. Okay.
Get over here. Help over here.
Okay.
There's something here.
Oh, it tells you, like, in the areas of where these statues are. So right now we're standing here. He fled to the west uncalm. Okay, to the west? Four-legged carnivore sneaks side by side to his prey, ready to strike whenever a movement was made. Okay, so that's the lion. The bottom right's going to be the horse. The king of all birds flew higher than the owl, gloating as he went. Okay, so not the owl, but the other bird, I guess all the way to your right, should be south.
So this one over here. How do I?
Right there. On the pier, you missed it.
Up here? Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Okay.
So that one should be south.
Okay, south.
It should be towards the river, I believe.
We gotta move it sideways.
Right.
And then
I just gotta figure out which way is south, but I would assume.
Okay, so that's that one. Okay.
Alright, so that's south, and then the owl. The king of all birds flew higher than the owl, gloating as he went. What is that? What does it say?
They don't say anything. It says charmed.
Okay, well go ahead and make it higher up, so probably move it up 2 spaces.
Why did you move?
Not moving?
Nope.
No, I did.
Okay. So to the left, right, or
Yeah, we'll do one more. Because it says the king of all birds flew higher than the owl.
okay, and this one was. Where the heck is the thing after this one?
So that's the lion and then the horse. So the lion sneaked side by side to his prey, ready to strike whenever a movement was made. Okay, so I guess maybe... So we need to get the horse moved first, I think. black Australian beast didn't want her sleep to come, so she fled to the west. So this one needs to go west.
Okay, so I got the horse here.
Gotta move it up one and then to the left. Yeah, it should be that one, and then I don't know about the line. Let me see. I might be able to.
Where's the thing for the light anyway?
I got it up here.
Oh, okay.
Where's the line at?
It's right here.
It does show the picture of the previous one, so I see the owl before the line, I think. Do me a favor, check the horse one. What do you see on the horse? It should show a picture of another animal before it.
Okay, let's see. It just shows a horse, and it says, "Press it, I dare you." Then it has an arrow pointing to the left, and it says D7 or B7.
So there's more hints to this than just, okay. Oh, look, we got a compass here.
Oh,
Wow. Okay, now we know where north, south, east, and west is. Okay. All right. All right.
so this one was west.
Okay, so the one all the way, the first one you did, just head south, remember? So make sure it's face downward, which I think you already did. Yeah. Okay. Now, the horse will go west, which it is west. So yeah, we have that right. And then the owl and the lion's where it's tricky. Four-legged side by side until a movement was made. So I think the lion has to wait. The king of all birds flew higher. Okay, maybe put the owl to the north. So it'll be to your right.
So right would be
Yep. That should be it right there.
yeah, the arrows are confusing because you click up to
I know.
and this one should be the same spot. So what do you have to push after this to
So the owl says charm. Wait a second. Okay, so the first bird silently flew quiet in a whisper in the dark. She came upon a river and headed south. Okay. The king of all birds.
south, that's right. Okay, they do have a picture, I think, with the owl on the eagle. And it's to the left and kind of down from her.
What is it?
There's a picture of the owl on this one. It's...
Yeah, this is the king of all birds right here.
And there's like a picture of an owl on here. It's like down to the left and below it. Maybe got the owl in the wrong position.
Okay, so the owl goes south. Put the owl south.
Okay, so... Okay, which...
That way again, one more time. Yep. Okay, and then the eagle, north.
So straight across.
Oh yeah. Did you? The eagle was the first one, all the way to the left.
Yeah, I got it already.
It was already north. Okay.
Yep.
And then the lion and the okay. Okay, put the lion and the horse west.
Okay, so...
The lion just needs to be pushed, or I think the lion I have to do.
Okay, so which way is the west?
Okay, west, right? Oh, the horse is south. There you go. There we go. We got it.
There you go.
I had to think for a second. I didn't know that was an eagle at the end. Once I figured that out, we got it. Right, meet you outside. That was a nice little puzzle.
Yeah, it was.
Put our brain to work at like this time and 7 hours later.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Let's see what happens
Oh.
puzzles in the game. Oh wow. That was some sniper rifles. And anybody with a hammer?
Yeah, I think I should be good. You ready? You're giving us all this for a reason, bro.
Yeah, what are they giving it to us for?
Right. Well, I think we gotta do the gate. Yeah, this way. Alright, we got this, bro.
Music though, wow.
Let me check the other way first.
Wow, this gun is weird.
Oh, chainsaw. Oh man, I don't want to die.
Okay, what do I have? Nothing.
Move, 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 move. Is he coming?
I think so. I gotta switch guns out because, yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can get him to come up. Get ready. We don't want to block each other though. Man, this is tight quarters.
It is. Even if you got them outside, it'll be not any better.
Man, we haven't saw health in forever, man.
I know. Oh no. Wow. And then of course he hits the one that has more health.
Got him. Woo!
Bad time to run with that dude.
Right, very bad time.
But all we got is a sniper rifle.
Yeah, but you know what? It does damage, but you just can't miss.
Yeah, you can't.
All right, you know what?
Times, but he just rushed me. And the scope on this sniper, man, that thing is Joe. Have you tried the scope on this sniper yet?
Yeah, that's what I said. It shakes a lot. Door's jammed on this side.
It's not a good weapon for trying to snipe somebody with the scope.
Oh, this is it. It's showtime. Uh-oh.
Definitely gotta learn how to no scope stuff.
Why is the screw? Why is it getting so? Yeah. Music is starting. Oh snap! Man, I need health, man.
What's hit? Who's shooting at it?
Wow. Right, get ready to run. And more health now.
Dang.
Shotgun. I told you the sniper's beast, bro.
Oh, you couldn't hit that dude. Yes. the best way to do it. If you got low health and you can't find any health, just go down. Ooh. Yeah, there's another one. Another bed, dude.
Oh, you can hold shift to hold the shaking.
Oh, another.
Wow, you should have. You think we know that from playing COD?
Oh, wow. Okay, that makes sense.
This whole time, really?
Oh, you scared me when you did that.
Sorry.
I was like, what the heck was that? Nothing, of course, yeah. Okay, what do we got here?
Man, no health when you need it? When was the last time I saw health? Was everything okay on your side?
Yeah, oh, what the heck?
Oh, Simon. He's behind us. Wow, he got me down. Oh, you got him? Sweet. I'm behind the red car. Oh. Simon is shit.
Scope.
Right, he should jobs. He's like a nemesis.
Yeah, you should, yeah. And we're supposed to be helping him.
Right. Maybe he's possessed or something.
Could be. So, gotta go down here, I guess.
Oh, hold on, go ahead.
Oh, the bed too. My last bullet.
Another one. There we go.
Hey, we're both not doing good on health. And
No.
it's me again.
No. Oh, you're gonna have full health though, right?
Nope.
No?
Nope. Oh no, what the no? The lady that's me. Okay, well, I gotta switch. Guess I'll use my knife. Oh, I'll take that.
Alright guys, so we just gotta hold it down here. I think we're gonna be okay. Oh gosh. What is that? What is that? No health, man.
Oh,
I want to drop this handgun I have, and I don't want the game to crash.
yeah, that would suck. Oh, it's P35 too. We gotta really have.
Oh boy.
One of these I have to go through, but yeah, there's the last. Oh god.
I don't have much ammo left.
Yeah, me either. I got 5 bullets in this one and the other pistol that I just got. This gun's nice too.
True.
Wow.
What happened?
I just got knocked out. One of those ladies in the white dress
Oh, where?
at the top of the stairs. On the other side where we're headed. She's like right around the corner. She was camping there.
Oh, there's a guy down ahead that might shoot at us, so be ready.
Yep, you tried to shoot at me.
Nice and careful.
Another one.
Good job. Oh, handgun? Oh.
Oh, of course it's the wrong handgun.
Really?
Yeah, I got the P345 and that's the other handgun. So I got 2 bullets in this gun and
Uh-oh, get ready.
like 3 bullets in the 357.
Okay, so we're back outside. Pretty big area. Something's about to happen, bro. Forever low health, man.
I know.
The heck?
What the? Oh.
That's it?
Waging
Yeah.
battle against the dreadful
wow.
demons of Simon's book was, without a doubt, one of the most horrifying experiences we ever encountered. But somehow, we survived it by working together. We managed to stop Simon by cutting off a chain of events that would have led to a sorrowful destiny.
What?
Okay, that was a weird ending.
Oh, this is the crew.
This is definitely a foreign made game then. Those names are definitely not American. German or Russian?
Wow. Can't believe it's 2 in the morning. Wow. And we've been on for 7.5 hours.
A long game. Can you imagine how long it'll be by yourself?
Oh man. But you know what though? We figured it out and we did it. Wait, you hear something? Wow guys, what are you guys' thoughts on the cry fear?
It's definitely
What do you
Russian
guys
German.
think? Absolutely.
Not really a bad game though. It was fun. Had a lot of issues, but it was fun.
How a few cast made this game, what the heck? I mean, I'm sure there were limitations back then, 2012, you know? Like, it's not like today where these games coming out, it's like most things are there, but yeah, it wasn't bad. It was, again, free, you know?
Why
Yeah.
is your background black? Mine's white.
Really? I have no idea. Mine was white just a second ago. Wow. Alright, guys. Cry of Fear. Whoop, whoop. There he goes.
I'm just gonna do everything since I missed it all. Didn't have a chance to do them.
So what happens here? Shows me my shots fired, your shots fired. Yeah, but we disconnected, so... Or did it keep track the whole time?
Must have kept track the whole time. I don't know.
Yeah. Wow.
That's a lot of shots fired.
That was. My shots hit 212. That's that stupid handgun, the triple burst.
Yeah, that could. I had it that one time. I did not like that one.
How do we stop this? Oh, auto restart soon.
My accuracy was better. What?
Yeah, right.
Took like 600 more damage.
Yeah, I think it didn't remember the whole time. I think it just remembers.
Yeah, it came back.
Yeah, because I mean my name was different too, so.
Mhm. Yeah, I seen how your name came out different. You got a lowercase t.
Yeah, bro, I don't know how to stop this. How the heck?
I guess you just push escape and just quit. That's all you can figure out.
Oh, here we go. All right, so unlockables. We ain't got nothing.
Let's buy a solo.
Probably.
I looked at it earlier too. Like, oh, we didn't get this. We just.
Right. I would love the key card, but I think I'm gonna take a break. I don't want to overdo it because I do want to try to go live tomorrow. If I do too much, I'm not gonna wake up tomorrow, or I'm not gonna be able to have time to do what I need to do. Plus we did 7.5 hours. That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty fun game actually.
Well, I appreciate the suggestion, bro. I mean, it was nice, you know, nice little co-op plus horror, which is my field, so I love horror games. We've had some moments of happiness and joy and some moments of anger and anxiety, but overall it was good. It was a good experience, you know. I liked it.
I was watching the stream last night. They were talking about this game. Like, you know, I'm gonna see what it's about because they said something about being a campaign where you could have friends with you. Like, no, that's even better. And it was free to play. I was like, oh, that makes it way better.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Not bad. I think some of the stuff was just frustrating. So.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, you know that is crazy for sure, bro. But it was good. It was good. It was definitely good for sure.
Yeah, I was watching him play Deceit last night, and that game has changed quite a bit. But
oh yeah.
It looks kind of better, but it's still a free-to-play game. So you know how free-to-play games can be there.
You too, Thomas. You have yourself a great night, man. Guys, great night. Thank you for everybody lurking. Thank you for everybody coming in, watching, chatting, all that great stuff, guys. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate you guys and everything that you guys have done for me here in the stream. So today was Cry of Fear. Hopefully you guys really did enjoy it. I know I did. I know I had some moments where I got upset and angry, but what video game doesn't do that to you, right? I mean, that's just video games. So yeah, guys, I'll catch you guys in the next broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning in, and yeah, I'll definitely see you guys soon. Appreciate everything that you guys have done. You guys are awesome. You know, we could do a little bit of quick Q&A real quick before I head off. You know, I know Thomas was trying to get in on a giveaway. I will try to get something in for you guys soon. I'll keep you updated. If you're not already on our Discord, check out our Discord channel, guys. I'll definitely let you know everything on there. But we got a lot more games coming at you guys, so don't worry. We got some stuff coming. So, but other than that, Trix is gonna take this time to take a break. Let's thank J13 for requesting this game, guys. Very fun game. Got to get a little co-op action going on, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye, guys. Bye. Yeah, I appreciate it, Jay. Thanks for that suggestion, bro. Very good game, dude. Oh, yeah, I appreciate the suggestion, bro. It was a good game. I had fun.
Yeah, it was not bad.
Oh yeah, it was good.